Good evening, everybody. Gotta flip this. There we go. Oh yeah, that's right. Forgetting that I'm on the other monitor now. This should be set up. Oh, there we go. No, I had no idea how to dress for this, to be honest, because I know this is like different, right? I was told there's like no court or whatever, so I just wearing the usual stuff without the jacket. Is that alright? Maybe I'll have a better idea once we're into the game what I should be wearing. I'd really like to get a whatchamacallit like Edgeworth has, but I do not own one of those. Who raided? I don't see raid. I would love to share your... Oh, Lugia raided. There we go. Thanks to Lugia for the raid. Gonna go check out his channel. What were you doing this fine evening, Lugia? He's one of our very fine moderators on this channel. How many likes are we up to? I owe you guys a fuck ton of credits right off the bat because you guys are awesome. All right, so 45, man. 50 or 750. I know it's at least 1050. Yeah, I gotta find the whatchamacallit that Edgeworth has, because that's mainly what I'm missing. I don't. Ugh. I'm sure I could like look up like cosplay or something, but that's one thing I do not have. There we go. That's what the numbers are telling me. Yep. Now, welcome everybody. Now, if I remember correctly, there was a problem with this with Apollo Justice, where it kind of looks like it spoiled something, like just by showing the chapters. Because With the mobile version, they show you whatever you've paid for. So even if you haven't unlocked them, in theory, you could still play them before playing the first episode. So I'm gonna. Oh. Oh, that's a much better way of doing it. There we go. All right, fantastic. Now. Thank you everybody for joining our first evening of this. I'm mildly surprised, kind of like with Apollo Justice, that there are so many people that are interested in it. I even noticed in the early the people that were here earlier that couldn't stay but wanted to comment before they had to go to work or sleep or whatever, that this is considered a very mixed game. I guess mixed would be putting it kindly. Some people just outright don't like it. But I know a lot of people say, well, Investigations 2 is the best game in the entire franchise. So, like, you gotta play the first one, which I agree. If you're gonna get to 2, you gotta play 1. That might make you, appreciate 2 all that much more. Because if you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, this was the first game with the new writing team, right? And they had to sort of feel their way out with the characters and stuff. How would you guys rate Investigations 1 relative to Apollo Justice? Because that was another one where the feelings I thought were mixed, but I mean, I like the game. It definitely has its issues, but it was fun, which is the most important thing, right? That's cool of you. Thank you again for the raid, my dude. Yeah, I'm seeing Investigation's better, Apollo Justice better, about equal. Okay, so I'm expecting, I guess I'm expecting a similar experience in terms of some things will be good, some things will be not so good, and we'll just go from there. Yeah, you guys ready? I guess one thing I am very much looking forward to with this game as opposed to Apollo Justice is that the setup is different, right? Because it's a different type of game. Same characters or characters that you know, same universe, but the setup is different. Kind of like Ultra Despair Girls was a Danganronpa game, but very much different in terms of the gameplay than maybe not that big of a difference going from just kind of visual novel to FPS or third person shooter, but there's going to be a difference in how it's presented. So I'm interested in seeing what happens. All right. Yeah, I do have the vest already. That's one thing. I just need the. Is that considered what's that considered? It's not a blouse. I guess I'm not sure what you call that. I mean, it's baller because that's his thing, right? Let me know if the volume is too high. Make sure the defendant's found not guilty. What other choice do I have? That's the job of a prosecutor, after all. Who's talking? That may be true, but why? Why go this far? Sorry, maybe I wasn't clear enough, but a guilty verdict is all that matters to me. No matter what the cost. Prodigy among prosecutors. Always have been, always will be. Who the fuck is that? Why did he have like a thin... Oh shit. Okay, yeah, that's already significantly different. Why did he have like a thin headband on? What was that supposed to be for? Alright, yeah, let's turn this down. Let's turn this down a smidge. Hey, Chris, thank you for the host, my dude. No, see, that's too low. Sorry. I'm always a perfectionist when it comes to audio balancing. If I go back and look and see that I was wrong in my balancing, I get overcome with rage. Not really a good thing. Shooting guns instead of shooting hoops, but why? Why couldn't we just take it to the court to settle this? $69 viewers on YouTube, nice. How much rage? I probably have to scream into a pillow for a minimum of 5 minutes, and let me tell you, that's no small feat to scream continuously for 5 minutes. Tennis player is a good call, I think. That dude does look like a tennis player. It's hard to believe that I've been away from my office for a whole month. I hope Detective Gumshoe has been keeping an eye on my office and keeping it clean. Oh boy! The door is unlocked. Detective Gumshoe? What's the smell? It's very familiar. Blood? What the fuck, Gumshoe? I told you no more murders. I can't keep covering for you. What the? Oh, that person is very, very dead in my office. That's problematic, to say the least. What is the meaning of this? Freeze! Put your hands up in the air, motherfucker! Oh, it's not a police officer. Nice revolver. Identify yourself. What a badass. Shut up. You've got some nerve committing murder in a prosecutor's office. Is that a threat? Let me make one thing very clear. What? No one gets away with committing murder in my office. No one. My name is Miles Edgeworth, and I'm a fucking badass. Jesus Christ. And I work as a prosecutor in my local district. Little did I know that upon my return home after a month abroad, I would be thrust into a multitude of cases in some very frantic and busy days. There are sprites! There's sprites! Oh my god! Oh my god, that's so cool! Yay! This will be fun! I took it as he backed up through the door. That's how I interpreted that. They will get away with committing murder in a different office. If you had chosen the office next door, maybe then, at that point, but unfortunately for you, you chose my office. Well, that's a problem for you. I'll be interested in knowing why he didn't just shoot Edgeworth. Like, killing this dude was fine, but not the other person. 60? 60 likes! You guys are awesome. Here are all your credits showered upon you. Yeah, the sprites are really fun. It's already like playing the. I don't regret playing the original trilogy on the HD version. First of all, I didn't realize there was going to be that much of a difference when I did it. But like when I was playing it, and especially Apollo Justice, because Apollo Justice looked really good, especially versus the HD trilogy remaster. But this actually like has that nostalgic feeling to it that takes me back to a time where I played games that looked like this. I didn't play many games that looked like the original versions of the old trilogy, because I didn't play a visual novel until I think Doki Doki might have been the first visual novel I ever played. So that sort of setup wasn't nostalgic to me, but this, on the other hand, does fill me up with a warm and fuzzy, like, you know, I remember those days sort of thing. They look good. They look good. He's just sitting there like, can you motherfuckers hurry it up? I have some work to do. I always loved his desk. It's the same desk from before, right? I like the, after having a bigger desk that's like, I have two big desks. The one I have right here, and then the one in my office is this gigantic L desk. But having a desk like that where the chair where you sit kind of pushes the desk inward and then it comes back out, you know, outside of where your chair is like that, and is compensated on the other side of the desk, I think is really practical and nice. I think it looks cool too, personally, but I think that's a really nice touch, and I wish this desk had that. Holy shit, we got to 69 already? Fuck, well, guys, you know what the bonus for 69 is. You get an extra 690 credits. God. You guys are robbing my bank blind. So it would be 1290, and you said we're up to 70 already, so that would be, jeez. 75, oh my god. You guys are too kind. I really thank you all for joining me. What would it be? 40? I'm sorry. I'm an attorney, I am not a mathematician, so if I'm a bit off, my bad. There we go. It means a lot that you guys are so interested in watching me, you know, have these new experiences as gamers. Also, shout outs to Bang for helping me stay up through today because it was a little difficult after only getting 3 hours sleep. Tonight's flavor is Unicorn Rainbow. That is Unicorn Rainbow. I do not know what actual flavor it's supposed to be. I will tell you, it is not the flavor orange. I guess the best way I could describe this is birthday cake in a soda form. Remember, 0 carbs, 0 sugars, 0 calories, 0 artificial colors. Still probably awful for you, but in terms of energy drinks, not the worst. Don't be afraid to go bang. I'm sorry, I'm overtired and lame today. Oh, I swear I'm not high or drunk either. I'm just really overtired. Oh my god. Whew. Whew. Oh god. Oh, we're at 80? You know, it's really good that we didn't have that YouTube problem with the likes tonight, because that would have been really unfortunate to lose so many likes. Alright, let's do this. Forensics. What does a forensics guy sound like? I've finished photographing the victim's body, sir. Very well. Please continue your investigation. Yes, sir. Not gonna lie, those are some cool outfits for a forensics officer. The first forensics uniform that comes to mind isn't actually like an IRL one, but is the ones that they were wearing in London in the movie Hot Fuzz. It looked like they were basically wearing hazmat suits that were white. And I'm like, man, that seems like a pain in the ass. Whereas this guy kind of just has like it's just like a standard uniform sort of thing, right? That looks nice. Why does a forensics guy sound so hot? What do you mean, like, he needs some water, or he is very attractive? Yeah, no, that's a good call, Nick. This is actually a really nice touch, especially given, like, it's obvious that the graphics are primitive, but even so, like, I think that was a really nice touch in the background. It looks really nice. It honestly makes me want to get an office just like this. And I've never really been ambitious in terms of like, I'm gonna have that corner office someday. My main concern has always been, I want to control my own work. But man, having that office would be pretty fucking sweet. Not gonna lie. Ah! Mr. Edgeworth, sir, are you okay, sir? Hi. Give me a moment. Just one moment. Oh no, wait. I'm almost. Okay, I'm all right. Keep it down, detective. This is a crime scene. When I heard that a murder had taken place in your office, I ran up here straight away. This is Dick Gumshoe. He is a detective with the local precinct, and the one they assigned to handle this murder case for the time being. In fact, he seems to handle every fucking murder case I'm a part of. Can't get away from him. He's a big lovable oaf, though. You're looking a little pale, sir. Are you hurt? No, I'm perfectly fine. However... Ah! Look what I did to your office! It's totally trashed! I'll say, the culprit sullied my floor with dirt rather well. No one gets away with tracking mud into my office. Whoa! Sounds like you're getting really burned up over this whole thing. This crime was committed in my office, so it is my responsibility to solve it. Oh! That's just like you, Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, time to do some investigating. Agreed. Our first course of action is to gather relevant facts and leads. We must not overlook anything, no matter how small, if we're to find the truth. So I'll keep any leads or information we find etched in the forefront of my mind. I swear I can talk today. Speaking of things that pique my curiosity, why of all places did the murder occur in my office? Is it really a coincidence the murder took place in my office? Well, it doesn't seem like it's a whole, like, attempting the frame thing because they have not taken him into custody, meaning that he is not considered a primary suspect yet. Well, I mean, he could be, but not enough of a suspect to take him in, like they do with every other character. Oh, there's one vague piece of evidence there. You're at the scene. You're coming down with me. Like, dude, come on, relax. I get this nagging feeling that this is something important to keep in mind. Yeah, I was wondering that myself, sir. I mean, you can't really say it's just a coincidence, can you? No, not really. Especially because of this. The key to your office? For security reasons, this office's door has a lock built into it. Logic. Okay. I'm gonna be nitpicky, but only because it's so incredibly weird to me. That might be a thing in Japan, that doors don't have locks. Almost all doors that you encounter in the US, even in like private residences, are going to have locks. People might not use them, but they have locks. For security purposes, so I suppose the statement is not incorrect. Oh, remember, the command, I won't look up. Remember, the command is no hints. Yep, there you go. Thank you, JB. You guys seem to be on top of it, so I'll leave that up to you. Also, thank you, Easy, for the host. Sorry, missed that earlier, dude. What do you mean, sir? Oh, that's really funny. He's doing the same thing that he did in the other games. It's just, it's this kind of the side-ish profile instead of him being directly in front of you. The whole thing where he's never looking into your eyes. That's a nice touch. That's a nice touch. I like that. I like that. That was cool. It brings you back. It brings you back to his character. Character continuity. Hey, Dana Smith, thank you for coming in on the Lugia raid. There is never a wrong time to simp for Edgeworth. Sarah, let's be honest here. If you think about it carefully and use logic, it should become clear to you. Logic? Never heard of it, sir. By finding the connection between two pieces of information and connecting them, new information is born. That is the end result of using logic. So how do you use it? Okay, I know that they're just like explaining the game to you, right? But I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that before. So how do you use logic? Question mark? Oh, don't worry about it. First, I recall the information through the logic button. Ah, so we're good. Okay, he's breaking the, okay. I have this button in my head that I use through the logic button and then connect them together. Okay. Sorry, I just got a great idea. I never fucking shared this on Discord. Not that it seems to matter. You guys have been we're very good with keeping up with it in the first place. But let me do this just in case. I need this emote. This particular emote. It's Edgeworth's roll safe. And it is fantastic. Let's see here, live, share. Sorry everyone for sending you that ping. Twitch.tv/studentsofgaming. For those that use Twitch. Okay, there we go. Now, to touch the logic button and recall that, see, that's him touching his logic button. This is what he's doing. Every time he does this, he's touching his logic button. I like it. Ah, okay. Wait, select to, wait, do I gotta, okay, confirm it, and then confirm it. Okay. Oh, and then I can lose health. Okay. For security reasons, all prosecutors' doors are outfitted with locks. Which means it would have been hard for the murderer and the victim to get in here. Ergo, it's impossible to dismiss the location of this crime as mere coincidence. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking, sir. There must be a reason why someone infiltrated my room. What was the killer after? Why did this happen in my office? What was the killer after? You're really on the ball today, Mr. Edgeworth. That's some beautiful logic, sir. Yes, well, when you follow leads to their conclusion, only the truth remains. However, the information doesn't line up properly. I may stray far from the truth as well. But if I think carefully before piecing leads together, the logic should flow. And then, if I'm too bad, my game will be over. Well, let's get started with our investigation, shall we? Yes, sir. Basis of any good investigation is to examine everything, sir. I know that. And when I want to examine something, I simply touch the exam button. Oh, if you ever feel lost and want to talk, just touch the partner button, okay? I'll give you great, precise advice as an ace investigator. I'm sorry, I couldn't finish that sentence. Oh, something to try later if I have free time, I suppose. Okay. So, where's my? I'll just make a new note for now. Edgeworth. Full safe emote. There we go. Awesome. Please touch my partner button. I beg of you, please. Oh, I'm actually mildly surprised they did not make like a Dick Gumshoe game, because people seem to, like, he seems to be universally beloved. So it surprises me that maybe they attempted it and it just didn't work out. Or maybe it was too much like this game. But they could try something like this, but make it more like, you know, new age or whatever. like up to date for the new gen, but then have Gumshoe be the titular character instead of Edgeworth. Since you've already done the ones with Edgeworth, then it'd feel like a different game. Even though, you know, there'd be similarities in how things are set up. Hey, we played games as Phoenix fucking Wright. And I would argue that Phoenix Wright was not smart enough to have gotten through those, at least the first 2 games, and he does with our help. But no, Gumshoe is definitely, he's established to be kind of a numbskull. Maybe a beat 'em up then. We know he can kick some ass and chew bubble gum, right? Well, maybe Gumshoe gets his own Phoenix moment. Although I don't know, I cannot concoct a story in my head where he gets his own Phoenix moment. That's believable. Then again, I never would have been able to concoct that Phoenix case as something that could happen either. And that's what the name of the game series should be. Detective, Detective, Detective. Oh, an Emma Sky game would be really interesting, because that's like, it's like a different, the focus is a little different, right? And I think Emma is good enough to carry her own game. Dick's Adventure. I'm not as thick as you drunk I am. I'm pretty sure I've definitely actually said that before and gotten the looks like, oh. All right, so do I like, is it like point and click? Ooh, hey. Files are all over the floor, sir. They probably fell during the struggle between the victim and his killer. My files are a mess, pointing to a struggle between the victim and the killer. Yep. Oh, and I tried so hard to keep this place spotless while you were away. I mean, this just rendered all the time and effort I put in pointless. I don't recall ever asking you to clean my room. So, this confirms that either the room was never locked in the first place, or that there's more than one set of keys, and that Gumshoe had the second set. There's got to be at least 2 there, which means they could have gotten the second set of keys from Gumshoe, or it's also possible that there's then a third set of keys. Unless, I guess, but I don't think the game really implies this. Edgeworth could have come back, got the key from Gumshoe, then came back up and got into the office. But it seemed like he hadn't my inference is that he hadn't interacted with Gumshoe before this happened, when he got back. Like, this is actually their first meeting since he got back. Like, that could be wrong though, because it's not made explicit. Interesting. Well, I water the flowers every day, just like you requested, sir. I just added cleaning to the list as a weekend special. For about half a day every Saturday, I'd come in and clean this place until it sparkled. Does he have a life? This. No, my chessboard! No! Copying a key is easy, but don't you need the original key to do that? Unless you had like a 3D printer and the schematics of the key. which I'm pretty sure were not a thing in 2009. Yeah, I should have used my logic button. IRL there. Dude, you can't counter an argument by saying, it's just because you're an Emma simp. You know that's a really bad... it's a really bad counter. You're just an Emma simp. Ad hominem. It could have been lockpicked, yes. It's just odd to me that Edgeworth didn't really mention that as like a possibility yet, because that would be the other thing that came to mind, right? Either they had a key or they were able to pick the lock. And then why would they go through the trouble of picking the lock or obtaining a key? And all set up, ready for when you got back. I figured we could play a few games. I had no idea you were interested in chess. I mean, I had no idea you were interested in getting your ass whooped at chess. I'm actually pretty good at checkers, so I thought I'd give chess a try. In that case, I suppose I can set some time aside after we solve this case. Well, I don't expect the games to tax my mental acuity much. Hey, you cannot make any assumption about another person's ability to play chess. You would be surprised. Dang, dude, you ain't gotta run. Can I just like walk? No, he wants to get somewhere quickly. Ah, watch out for the teacup fragments there, sir. That killer's going to pay this tea set. Yikes, you're really mad over this. I liked his reaction there. This tea set is very dear to me and my heart and can only be bought in England. It costs more than your whole month's paycheck. What? Oh, I feel like the killer's wasted one of my monthly paychecks. I hope we can solve this case quickly. I'd like to return relaxing on this sofa. Okay. That seemed unnecessary. He fucking stopped and pointed to it like... I hope we're able to solve this very soon. I'd like to return to relaxing on this sofa. This one right here. Pointing. Edgeworth is the 1%. I wish I had the Edgeworth sofa mindset. Hell yeah. Edgeworth works hard and he rests hard, apparently. That thing looks a billion times softer than my mattress at home. Can I sit on it too? Just for a little while, sir. Detective Gumshoe, you know I can't allow that. Your ass screws would just ruin it. Until this case is solved, neither of us has time to spare, let alone rest. We cannot sit for the entirety of this investigation. You're right, sir. I'm gonna work hard and be a real trooper to the end. Even once this case is over, I don't think he can afford to take any time off. Yeah, I wonder why. Because you and your asshole... let's talk to him. Co-workers. How's it coming along? Please, I need absolute silence. Fingerprint lifting is a delicate art. Well, I never. Oh, I never. It's been a while since I've sat at this. I'm so stop making fun of stupid things. I love when they take the time to point at something like it and like make dialogue about it. It's been a while since I've sat at this desk. Oh, how I've missed you. It's so tiny that it looks newer than when I first bought it. Oh yeah, that thing's so polished that it makes mirrors jealous. He'll probably sit on it and try to put something on it. It's gonna be like, shh. I can't keep even a stack of papers on here. Don't tell me you had no other work the entire time I was away, detective. My job is to protect your office, sir. And you did such a good job protecting it that a murder occurred in it. That's harsh, sir. I have to admit the desk has never looked better, so I guess I can't dock his pay. Okay. The murder weapon. It's been a long day. Time to get a rest now. Right there. I don't feel like he's any different from when you get a chance to control him in Trials and Tribulations, though. He's just with Gumshoe more. Well, I just think it's ridiculous that he's like, oh man, I don't think the poor guy can take any time off. And then he's like, well, I guess I can't dock his pay for this one. Like, well, fucking no duh, because you're the one who's docking his pay. Also, sorry, I'm so into my own stupid jokes that I didn't see the dono from Dominic, $2, amazing lawyer, superpower, basic logic. Thank you, Dominic, for the $2 through Super Chat. Much appreciated, my dude. What have we here? Could this perhaps be the murder weapon? Or maybe it's just a separate gun that he dropped. Yeah, why did he... Okay, that's really interesting. So he backed up, decided to drop it, and then ran? Like, what would be the point of that? He wanted to be found out. He planted some evidence on there to divert you from who the true killer is. He has Butterfingers. He thought perhaps not having the gun on his person would make it easier for him to escape. I mean, 3 would be the smartest, right? He leaves it knowing that he implanted some evidence on there that diverts the investigation away from him or her. Or them. One thing I will say about this game right off the bat is I like that it gets you thinking sort of immediately. And like trying to connect things, which is fun. I like those kind of mental exercises personally. If so, it would mean that the killer made their escape after disposing of their gun here. I think I've seen one of these before. Care to enlighten me as to where? The movies! Oh, I know. I was issued the exact same model, I think. Oh, detective. I don't really like guns all that much. I mean, they're really dangerous. Now that I think about it, You do see this model around the precinct a lot, sir. I don't use mine much, except in emergencies, so that's why I didn't recognize it. Don't you have to put it on yourself every day, though? Maybe he doesn't walk around with it. Maybe he just keeps it in his desk. Found at the crime scene. It's the same model as those used by precinct detectives. So it's the same type of revolver as the ones used by this precinct's detectives. Okay. So question for you guys, because you would know better than I do. Does anybody know whether their local precincts use revolvers? Because while that is kind of badass, that seems very impractical compared to just like having a Glock or something with a clip to it that you can drop, reload. These dudes, when they shoot, they have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, he had access to the the weapon and the office. Oh. Speed loaders are a thing, but aren't they just like strictly more difficult to use than a clip? Because I've seen those before. They have the bullets already like put in, and it's like a cylindrical, but it's a circle thing with a handle that you can like jam in there, right? Like even the fastest speed loader is slower than a clip. Although I would think that if you're using a revolver, it'd be more difficult for the gun to get jammed. But I'm not a gun expert. I always thought clip was a slang for magazine. I don't actually think it's a bad idea for officers to have revolvers. It definitely makes more sense in Japan because they're less likely to run into somebody else who has a gun. But yeah, like Bunny said, the semi-auto guns are more efficient and reliable. Correct, because yeah, I think they set it up that way so that as Edgeworth doesn't obviously know right away who it is. I honestly think that's weird, but maybe it'll work. Because I think it works better if we don't know who it is in the first place. Or maybe the game does play around with it in such a way that it does work really well that we know who it is, but Edgeworth doesn't. That's something we'll have to see. Incorrect slang, but slang nonetheless. How is it incorrect? What would a clip mean that makes it wrong? But we do know who it is because we've seen him. Do you feel like the game is spoiled? I mean, I don't know. Maybe you do. Right, it's an entirely different thing, so what is it? How long do I usually stream? About somewhere, but the Ace Attorney streams usually last somewhere between 4 and 5 hours. Scarlet, I don't remember the specific guns from Resident Evil 4. Even though that game did have some really cool guns. Alright, later, Kenrith. Thanks for hanging. Oh, okay. M1 Garrett, okay. Okay, that I do recognize. And then an AK is loaded with a mag. Because the mag, the clip is something, so let me get this straight. The clip is something that can fall out and is lined up with the bullets. It can be slipped back into the sleeve or whatever, or the handle, right? Whereas a magazine is something you detach entirely and then attach, because like that's what the AK is, right? The magazine, it's like the whole thing you unattach and then reattach. For 90. They want to make it a lighter and more breezy case. They don't care about twists as much, and that's totally fine. Well, especially for like the first case, because this is still meant to be a tutorial, right? I'm assuming, kind of like the other games. I agree with that, Ran. Like, it's slang. Like, it can be, like, derived incorrectly, but that doesn't make it not correct in terms of how you're referring to it. The magazine is what feeds the bullets into the chamber. Well, how did I put it? If you're changing the clip, isn't that correct? Because the clip falls out and you have to put a new clip in with bullets. The magazine is, but the clip itself can't get jammed, right? It's the magazine that can. Yeah, I mean, I'd definitely say AJ has the best first case. Like, it took me for a whirlwind. None of the other not that the first cases of the other 3 games don't do their job, but they never, like, had me my head spinning like that. Can I talk? I can. Okay, that's probably uncomfortable. Just talking right behind him. You have anything to report? He just smacks him on accident because he doesn't see him there. So yes, sir. Nothing out of the ordinary right now, sir. I don't know what accent that's supposed to be. What did Scarlet call that? European? Generipean? Or something like that? And yet there's something out of the ordinary right in front of my eyes. Talk about a contradiction. Something out of the ordinary, huh? I should look around a bit more. Seeing the enemy shoot at you fills you with determination and bullets. Finnish is French, Irish, and Spanish. Oh, that's really interesting. One of my favorite speedrunners that I like watching is from Finland, and I guess I never put that together that that's like kind of what his accent is. But yeah, I love listening to him like talk about the runs and stuff because I'm like, oh, your accent's so awesome. He hasn't come to my streams in a while, but maybe that's because I haven't played Mega Man X in a while. He doesn't really keep up with classic Mega Man speedruns. Alright, later, Dana. Thank you for coming in on the raid with Lugia. Yeah, 3-1 was really good too. It was a different experience. Like, 1-1 and 2-1 are basically the same type of experience. Just like a warm-up case with Phoenix. 3-1 adds some, like another element to it with it being a flashback, which is really nice. Interesting. That's really interesting. Okay, can I? Okay, so you can see something twice. We probably have to look at the body, I'm assuming, right? They finished photographing the body, so it should be alright to examine this area. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Okay. Let's see here. Did he get shot in the dick? No, I'm pretty sure it's just above the dick. But still, that's a little too close for comfort. In that situation, just let me bleed out. There was blood all over his lower abdominal area. Yo, what's up there? I wouldn't say Phoenix with Amnesia was cool, but I will say that it made it amusing. Like him being like, what am I doing again? Your client's like, what the fuck? But the problem with it is, I agree with Stripe. Practically speaking, it was actually ridiculous. Cause like, I can't imagine that, like, I probably would get disbarred for doing something like that. Even if it worked out. Like, the fact that you went in there and were like, ha 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 ha, yeah, I know exactly what I do. I remember every one of you. What do I say when I'm countering something? When I want to, what, conjection! No, that's not right. Death penalty for penis shot. It is another level of cruelty, for real. It looks like the bullet passed clean through his stomach area. Oh, it looks like the bullet passed clean through his stomach area, sir. In other words, he was shot. Okay, I want you guys to answer me something real quick, because I have been curious about this, and I've never gotten around to look it up. And I could just look it up, but it might be interesting to an interesting point of discussion. What is sepsis? I've like heard about it in TVs and shows and shit, but I've never like encountered that in real life as a part of like any murder I've ever read or heard of or something like that. Yep. And until the autopsy's done, I don't think we'll know much more than that. Please have the body sent to the morgue once they're done processing the crime scene. Okay, that's exactly what I thought it was. So, in a lot of, in a lot of like gut, like stabbings or shootings or whatever, is that then normally what ends up causing the death? Because you puncture the intestines, which causes fecal matter to spill into the blood and then infects the entirety of your blood. Because like, in theory, all that stuff could be stitched up so that the bleeding stops, right? But the problem is that if your blood's already infected because you have fecal matter everywhere, that's a much more difficult to deal with, right? Oh man. It's because I keep seeing that stupid fucking ad. I don't know if any of you guys have seen that YouTube ad, but it's that dude who's like, do you know that you have anywhere between 5 to 20 pounds of toxic poop just sitting in you every day? And I'm like, why? YouTube ads, why? Why are you telling me this before I'm trying to watch a nice stream? Like, dude. And then you have that other stupid one where it's like, you know, you can have this one nutrient to grow bigger balls. And I'm like, you know what? I'll just pay for YouTube Premium. I'll just pay for YouTube Premium. I can't see this shit anymore. Good. I'm glad you haven't seen it. The best around knows. And the easy knows. I just made a percentage. Did you know that 95% of all percentages are made up? Mike. No, you have not. Who's my favorite character out of like all the games? Did you know you have a 0.8% chance of dying every day? Like, dude, if you wanted me to pay for your fucking ad-free bullshit YouTube, you have succeeded. What's next? Buying Nitro? Do your balls hang low? Do your balls hang low? Do they wobble to the... Can you tie them in a knot? Can you tie them in a... Oh, God. Edgeworth's my favorite character. So that's one reason I was really looking forward to this. I thought you're, like, the most fun I had, like, as the player character was as Edgeworth in Trials and Tribulations. You felt so powerful. And the way he kept saying psycho locks was hilarious. Not really, Amber, because it's like a way to make you face death without it being like somebody you know personally, and you have to really look into it. You're probably looking way more into any murder trial than you do into any death of like a family member or something like that. Unless you're that one guy in that one case where his brother got murdered and it was alleged that his wife did it, so the brother like it consumed his life to find out who really did it, and it like caused him to get like divorced and shit like that because all he thought about was finding out who killed his brother. When we went down to Arkansas for that funeral, we listened to a lot of Dateline cases, which were really interesting. We named it Gabriel and it gained sentience. Where does it stay now? Or did you still flush it down the toilet anyways? See, Bunny, I wish I could take that light-hearted way of going about it, because goddamn does death scare the shit out of me right now. So how do you, Roy, you said that your cousin had sepsis. How does so it can be taken care of, right? Is it just a shitload of antibiotics that has to be, do they like inject it intravenously instead of it just being like a pill or something you can drink? And you get a free, Tara, do you still get a free, did they ever implement that thing where you get a free membership subscription with the premium? Like, considering that I pay for about $10 worth of memberships between a few streamers anyways, it might just make sense for me to get premium, because I'm not really losing much money, and instead I don't have to worry about the... Oh, I definitely inspect every suspicious nook and cranny. Yeah, Edgeworth's character development's really good. Because I fucking despised him at first. So he does have the ability of a super brain. So to deal with that shit another year or so. Yeah, antibiotic, gotcha. Okay, so it's not something where it's like a death sentence. You can take care of it, it just depends. Oh, she got it from drug use, I see. From like sharing needles. Mike, can you, despite you having not streamed or made content in forever, I'd be very curious in seeing your setup. Because I need to optimize my setup a little more. Yeah, it's almost like you kind of learn about the person a little bit too, right? Can somebody exclamation Discord? For those that are not a part of the Discord, you can use that link to join. In the new students part, the part where it lists like this person has joined or whatever, if you want to let us know if you have a different name from YouTube, who you are, and if you want different roles, let us know, because we have different clubs that you gain access to if you have the role, but if you don't have the role, you don't have access to them, and that's because there's a bunch of them, so we want to make sure we're limiting, like, if you don't want to see Minecraft Club, then you don't have to see Minecraft. It's not like, you know, gunking up your interface, your UI. But like, there's the Law Club, which is the Phoenix Wright discussion area. There's the Despair Club, which is Danganronpa, Smash Club, Minecraft Club. I think there's one other. Arkansas was very... We were in Pine Bluff. It was a very tranquil place. Dude, I'm not buying Nitro. Don't worry. Longevity, escape velocity? I fucking hope you're right. I gotta start. I really have to start, like, exercising and shit and getting my health better. Thanks, Rick. And everyone else that did it. So yeah, any of our mods can give you the roles that you want. So if you go check out the Discord and you join and you want to see like the Phoenix Wright area or whatever, just let us know so that we can give you the correct role. I have to get that bot set up, but that's like on the lower priority end since we don't have like thousands of people joining a day, so it's something that we can generally manage on our own at this point. Are you going to be okay with keeping track of the evidence we find, sir? Of course, this is the safest way I know how to keep track of it all. Logic. The logic button. All right, if you say so. He's just looking at him like, I have no idea what the fuck that means. I keep all the evidence I find either in or with my organizer. When I want to re-examine a piece, I have but to touch the organizer button. But the organizer isn't only for evidence, I keep people's profiles on hand in it too. Nice use of the semicolon, if I do say so myself. It's probably a good idea to make a habit of checking the facts often. Alright. His hair is such a mess. Let's see here. There's blood all over his lower abdominal area. Looks like he got shot in the dick, sir. Looks like the bullet passed clean through his stomach's area, sir. In other words, he was shot. Oh yeah, we did this one already. But I was looking at his head, not his fucking... Okay, whatever. Wallet. What do we have here? Yeah, I think I've seen one of these before. It's a police badge. It's a police badge, detective. Oh, hey, I have the exact same thing, actually. What a coinkydink. 100% buy into Gumshoe dropping a coinkydink. Let's take a look inside. I am always amused by these names. Detective Buddy Faith. Okay. Oh man. I do sympathize with his inability to grow facial hair correctly. That looks awful. Mr. Bunny Faith. It would appear that our victim was a detective just like you. I seem to have gathered a few pieces of pertinent information. Now to calmly use some logic and figure out if any of them are connected to each other. The revolver, the standard model used by detectives. Could it have belonged to our recently departed? Detective Gumshoe, could you please thoroughly check the victim's body one more time? Yes, sir. On it now, sir. Excuse me, pal. Let's see. What a fucking asshole. That's some John Marston shit. Lie still. As he loots the body of the person he killed. Oh, God. You are the prosecutor, yeah. Yo, what's up, Twisted? Thank you to Twisted Dreams for the raid. There's his the link to his YouTube channel. Make sure you go check him out. He is a super chill dude. He's all about having a good time. Likes to play FPSs like Apex, Warzone, that sort of thing, in addition to Among Us. Very into the multiplayer thing. So if that's your bag, you know, or you just like to go and hang out at a chill stream, make sure to go check him out. Throw him a sub. I'd appreciate it. Thank you to all the raiders that came in with Twisted. What were you playing today, Twisted? Are you still grinding Apex? I played that. The raid command is working though. I figured out what was wrong with it. I did have it set to moderator only. And I remember why. It was because some asshat had come in and was like, I had it set for, I think, like a cooldown of like 5 minutes, and they'd wait for every 5 minutes and then they'd do it again and again and again. You are right, Mike. This is the time I should be wearing some suspenders. Nah, I may just be a small town lawyer. I don't have any suspenders. My wardrobe is lacking. I have a red vest, but no suspenders. Thanks, Twisted. I honestly, I was talking about this yesterday, but I didn't think I'd like doing that initially, but it's actually been really fun. I like talking about law, like, in this setting a lot more than in my actual job. Because here I'm just, like, discussing it with people that are interested in hearing it. Sniping like crazy. Man, I gotta come, like, study some of your sniping gameplay, because I feel like that might be my thing, because I just suck at CQC. Oh god, Roy. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, it has a different cooldown time now. Let me see. Check this real quick. I wanted to make it more than, you know, I wanted to make it enough so that you would be discouraged from doing that. But I don't want to make it, because sometimes you might have back-to-back raids, right? And you don't want to make the cooldown too long then. I know, and I am a fan of the puns. I just did not see that one coming. Snake, remember the basics of CQC. Colonel. Hell yeah. I'll look and see what I can find after stream. Yeah, sniping really is like a different type of feeling when you hit versus just shooting an, you know, an AR. I feel you. I've beat my my PB in kills yesterday for COD. Of course, we didn't win because I haven't been able to buy a win lately. But like, I had 13 kills and like, I think like 8 of them were snipes, and that just felt so good using that car. Pop. It's a cravat. Okay. I'm going to check that. Oh, Nick's got me covered. Excellent, excellent. All right. Yep, but then we got fucked anyways. It still felt good though. I mean, it's nice to have a good game, even like we finished like 3rd, I think. So it's not a bad game. Just been frustrating with the lack of wins recently. The meta has been difficult on us. Some metas we're really good with, and other metas we're just not so good. Now back to Gumshoe being super disrespectful to the dead person. Excuse me, pal. Let's see what we've got here. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, this guy's wearing a gun holster. So it appears that our killer somehow managed to take the victim's gun from him. Wait, but we don't know that it fired because like that was another possibility that it was his gun and it was struggled out of his hand, but doesn't mean that was the gun that was fired. You have to check to see if it had been fired recently. Let's see what else we can find out about this revolver. As I always say, you gotta look really carefully at each piece of evidence. You can use the scroll wheels to rotate the object, and there's no such thing as a bad angle. Use the slide bar to zoom in and out, and get at the nitty-gritty. To think that it's so easy to take a life with just the pull of a trigger. You know, I can't ever see myself really liking guns. Oh, but I love the ones they use at track and field meets to start races. You take off before it's fired, everyone always ends up following your lead. To chase you down for a false start, detective. Now that you mention it, even when I finish first, I always wind up in last place. Good job, Gumshoe. Any fingerprints? Nope, doesn't look like it. Looks like only one round was fired from this. Oh, so the killer killed the Vic with just one shot after wrestling the gun from him? Sounds like the guy knew how to handle a gun, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? We have no proof for now, but that is a distinct possibility. Well, the bullet went right through him. Shouldn't we be able to find the bullet? I guess it's about all we're going to find out. We should send the body to Jim! Why, oh why? How could this have happened to a guy like you? Are you alright? Don't touch me! Leave me alone! Just let me be! Sorry, but I can't do that. He's barged in my fucking office. The investigation is still ongoing, so please refrain from touching the body. The body! The body! Don't talk about him like he's just some lump of flesh! Look at him! Jim knows that Jim looks like he's just turned in for the night. Sure, just in a bloodstained suit, pal. Wow, considering he was just utterly devastated, he looks very happy with life right now. Yeah, the 32-bit gumshoe was an upgrade. He dunked on him. Yeah, Mike, I think from what I understand in this game, this game is much less focused on like trials and stuff and way more focused on the investigation end of it. As like a different approach to the Phoenix Wright universe. This fucking guy though, holy shit. Hell yeah. I know I look good. Look at my headband. It's so fresh. Holy shit, that fucking collar. That's like the Family Guy, when Family Guy was making fun of dudes with multiple pop collars, which I'm not gonna make fun of them because I was that guy for like 2 days in high school. Only 2 though, and it always was with white. I didn't go too far off the deep end with that. It seems like what should happen then is if you were to take off his headband, the hair should like pop up. And like the headband is what's keeping the top part down. It was 2 days more than necessary, which again is why I'm not going to make fun of the people for the layers. I did not pop the collar though. So I have that above them. I'm gonna go get some more water. Enjoy this douchebag while I'm doing that. Hydrate or dihydrate. Where are my manners? Aren't you that prosecutor, Mr. What's-His-Fuck? Why, yes I am. I'm Jacques Portsman, prosecutor. Jim here was my partner in crime busting. What is that look even supposed to be? Because he's still kind of smiling. It's almost like he tried to tell a joke, but no one laughed. He's like, oh shit. Yeah, that one I did catch right away. Jock Sportsman. He's a prosecutor who walks around with his gold medals around his fucking neck. And again, this thin headband, which that's not useful. Headbands are useful, not thin headbands like that. That headband isn't gonna soak up any fucking sweat. I guess the only reason to have it is to make sure his hair doesn't get in the way. His fucking apparently like Super Saiyan hair he would have otherwise. And we should have something special for 100 likes, right? I believe this is the first time we've had 100 likes on stream. I don't know what, though. I was not considering that possibility. Maybe it's just his sports jock energy is so great that it's just like, his aura's like... I don't know what that noise is supposed to be. I know what it was supposed to be, it was just done very poorly. I apologize. Tears of joy, because he thinks he's getting away from it. He's just like... I've had that same issue, Amber. Like, I need to eat, but is it worth sitting up and going to go get food? See, he's somebody I can't really... Well, I mean, I cosplayed as Apollo, and I didn't really have Apollo's hair. But yeah, his outfit's a lot, like, simpler. It would be fun to cosplay as Portsman. Oh, come on, Roy, I have faith in you. Just gotta remember how beautiful you are. Like, I can pull off them. You do have to have longer hair, obviously, but that's like, you know, the one thing that absolutely needs to happen. I know we have over 100 likes on the first AJ stream now, but I don't remember if we had gotten to. Yo, what's up, Features? Someone's losing an eye, yeah, right? Your fucking hair! I'm out of energy because I'm hungry, but I can't get food because I need energy. The paradox. Or is that... No. Sometimes I think I overuse the word paradox. Sorry. And we'll get back to Sir Douchebag in a second. Or is it just simply a conundrum? Oh no, that would be correct. Yeah, sometimes I worry that I overuse the word paradox. Well, maybe now, but like you said, it's like an eventually thing, right? Like you're still in the process. Yo, what's up, Tash? Study on, Miss Study on. Good luck. Yeah, I'd agree with Amber. And because that's just like normal, right? Even if somebody wasn't in the same position as you, I feel like I am my own harshest critic when it comes to like my ability to pull something like that. Like, I would worry about being able to pull this off because I don't have that boyish face. It would look weird. It's not gonna look nearly as good. It doesn't look, I didn't think it looked good with Apollo Justice, but it was still, you know, I still had fun wearing the outfit, but I'm like, I'm not really pulling this off all that well. I don't have his boyish good looks. The younger looks. It is a constant struggle, Tash, every day. One of the first things I have to do every day I wake up is look at my emails and see, all right, what happened today? Because when you're in immigration, something happens every fucking day. Whew. Jim here was my partner in crime busting. I'm Miles Edgeworth, and like you, I am also a prosecutor. Detective Dick Gumshoe, sir. So you're Miles Edgeworth. I guess this is your office. Yes, that is correct. Then it was you. You're the one who killed Jim. Hey, don't go around jumping to conclusions, pal. Just calm down, okay? I will not. I know how things work around here. High prosecutor's office doors all have locks built into them. And only the owner of the office has the key to his or her own office door. I know that voice is a little close to Edgeworth, but damn that if that dude doesn't look like a I rode at Harvard sort of look to him. That is correct, however, I was not the one who killed your partner. I mean, yeah, if I were the killer, I'd say that too. Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth has been overseas on a business trip this whole time, pal. And the key to the door was with me the entire time, okay? So the one who could get in here was me. Wait, that means... I'm not sure what that means. So it was you then, you're Jim's killer. No, wait, pal, you got it all wrong. Everyone calm the fuck down. Smile. Mr. Portsman, correct? If you are a real prosecutor, you should know to stay collected. The investigation has only just begun. Isn't it too early to be drawing conclusions? All right, I get the point. You're right, my mistake. I tend to get a little too hot-headed sometimes. You sure are one cool customer, though, Mr. Edgeworth. I've heard all the rumors about you. You're the great genius prosecutor. You're something of a legend, you know. Anyway, let's call a truce and work together, okay? Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal? I don't shake hands. I have a feeling this handshake's gonna... Something about this handshake is fishy. A pleasure to work with you. But we are about social distancing right now, so how about instead we just elbow bump? You guys were conducting your investigation, right? Sorry for barging in like that. Carry on, then. It's your room, after all. Thank you, I intend to. I just want a little more time to say goodbye to Jim. You there! Sir? Oh, I thought they, like, did some weird, like... I want you to capture this scene on film for me. My final farewell to my partner, Jim. Oh, good God. Are you fucking kidding me? I should probably give him some space, but good lord. God, ooh, the sneezes. The allergies been horrible today. Yes, he would be escorted out. 100%. So this is a phone emulator. Like, I pay for it on the Google store, like I was going to play it on my phone, but then BlueStacks can emulate it, which is why it's like this HD version. Okay, but where do they want me to go? Oh, I guess I can... I don't think these connect, but they could, because that could they could have been after a file, and that's why that specific spot. Let's give it a try. The pieces don't fit together quite right. Ow! That hurt. Okay, yeah, I thought that was a long shot, but I'm not sure what they want me to do here. How's it coming along? Please, I need absolute silence. The picture is too important to mess up. Well, I mean, you're taking 1 billion of them. One of them has to be good, right? I'll leave the man to his art. The game's like, give him space, but the game's really like, go talk to him. I know that happens a lot. Oh, I don't think I looked at this yet. Ah, your jacket, sir. What's it doing on the floor? It must have fallen off the wall when the killer tried to threaten me by firing a round. So the killer not only shot the victim, but they shot your jacket as well. Oh yeah, that's right. So there's at least 2 shots. So that gun may not have been the murder weapon. The gun he shot might have been the one he dropped, and that would make sense then as to why he shot the gun. However, that plan seems really bad, because once you see there's another gunshot in the office, once you'd be like, okay, there were 2 shots. There's only 1 shot fired from this gun. Why doesn't this add up? The killer not only shot the victim, but they shot your jacket as well? Well, I mean, technically they shot around my jacket, but whatever, details. They dared to shoot the ultra-special jacket that you made your prosecutorial debut in? What if they had shot through it? It would have been a disaster. It's not worth getting worked up over, Detective, not when there's something more here. Oh, like what? I take it you haven't noticed it yet, Detective. There is a giant contradiction right here in front of us. Really? Did I say contradiction? He must be rubbing off on me. I'm starting to sound like him. I have my own methods, and I will conduct this investigation my way. When the scene before me contradicts a piece of evidence or seems off, that's when my deductive skills come into play. First, I have to find the spot that holds the contradiction. Okay. This is it. The bullet hole is where the contradiction lies. When I spot something that's off, I should touch the deduce button. And when I have found sufficient proof to prove the contradiction, present it to myself. This is how I do things. Eureka! This bullet hole is the contradiction. What do you mean, sir? It's elementary. 2 shots were fired in this room. The first felled the victim. Okay. I love Edgeworth. Anybody who uses the word felled to have described someone who was, like, taken down is a legend. He was felled. Revolver ocelot. Have a good night, Beth. Dwindling self-confidence and sanity. There you go. There you go. You son of a bitch. Zara just wants there to be some connection between the Phoenix Wright and Metal Gear Solid universe. Revolver Ocelot cannon confirmed. Hey, that's right. However, this gun was only fired once. Hey, that's true too. Which means that one of these 2 bullets was fired from a different gun. Did the killer have another gun prepared for tonight? By the way, I noticed something, sir. Yes? What's that thing sticking out from behind the frame? Oh, that? It's a secret safe. That's a secret safe! Oh, I smell money! I'll spare us the trouble and just say it. Nothing like what you're imagining is inside. Now, if you could kindly move this frame out of the way. Roger that. Oh, talk about dusty. I should have saved my sneezes for that. I suppose that's what happens when I'm not here to dust it once in a while. I had no idea there was a safe here. All right, I've kept it clean for you, sir. So when did you put this thing in? It wasn't something I had installed personally. Every prosecutor's office has one. Really? I had no idea. Well, that's why it's a secret. Well, only prosecutors are supposed to have knowledge of their existence. Except every prosecutor knows the other prosecutors have one. So what's inside, Mr. Edgeworth? Right now, nothing. Nothing at all. Gotta make sure my framed photo of Mr. Wright is still in here. Yep, see? Nothing. Nothing at all. We only use them to store especially important evidence when a trial is in session. That's it. Talk about squashing my hopes and dreams. I won't rest until I'm expecting every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Now this is odd. You found something, sir? This keypad, don't you find it to be a bit too clean? Yeah, there's a thick layer of dust all around it, but not on the keypad itself. You there, forensic scientist. Yes, sir. Could you please dust this area for fingerprints? You got it, sir. Couldn't find, let alone lift, a single print. Looks like it was wiped down well. As I thought. It appears that logic is the only way around this setback. Time to rationally and calmly play connect the dots with the information we have. Sorry guys, I don't mean to poke anyone with my enlarging logic meter. Sometimes it just goes out of control. Has a mind of its own. God. Okay. I believe I've figured out what the murderer was after. Well, what is it, sir? The fact that the safe was wiped clean of fingerprints suggests that the criminal had at least attempted to open my safe, making the culprit's motive for breaking and entering theft, I believe. I wonder if knowing that motive behind this break-in was theft. And let me ask you guys something. So far, at least, I find the logic to be a very satisfying part of this game. Because I feel like this is literally something that we've done all the time in the other games, but like, the games sometimes had a problem with ignoring it. And now, because it's an integral part of the game, it's less likely that the game is going to ignore something like that. So it gives me, like, hope for the actual functionality of putting the case together, at least. Changes what the other piece of information can tell me about this crime. The handgun and thefts? I mean, the signs of the struggle would just mean that somebody found them and caught them in the act, right? Nah, it might be that. Yeah. Ow! There is a possibility that the files splayed on the floor are not the results of a struggle between the victim and his killer. Okay, so that was what I mentioned earlier, but It could be because I was wrong that one time. I just assumed that the game was like, nope, that's not right. But that makes sense. It was just more pertinent later after further facts were found. Oh, you mean like could be from when the killer tried to find something, sir? Precisely. We need to figure out if any of the files have been stolen. Yes, sir. I'm gonna show files like you've never seen before, even at a library. Sure. Let's give that a try. Why do all the good ones always die so young? Surely you must ponder that every once in a while, Mr. Edgeworth. No matter how much we lament, the dead will not come back to life. All we can do is search for the truth. And so what are we supposed to do? How do we go about finding the truth? It's funny how like thin his headband is, but on his sprite, it's so damn prominent. I mean, I like Edgeworth, so far, I haven't had any problem with him being the focus. Yo, what's up, Tomic? I mean, yeah, Amber, it's a good rule of thumb. If a user is asking a question, it's probably rhetorical. I don't think they want to know, because that would be spoiler for me, right? He's planning a surprise party. Oh, I love his design. It makes me dislike him greatly. And I think that's the point. It's like annoying as shit, but it's still kind of easy on the eyes. This is the lighter pink. I mean, I can see why somebody wouldn't like Edgeworth. I just personally disagree. It is currently 4. Oh, I don't know how to count pixels like that. I'm playing them chronologically, Possum. I mean, they're jank, but they also have that charm to them. Like, I like it. I like them. Maybe that's why I'm getting, because they're kind of similar to the Zero sprites. Although this game was on DS and that game was on Advanced, wasn't it? First, we calmly restore the files to their rightful place. You got it. Here, let me help. So this file goes here, and that book goes there. You sure know a lot about where things go, despite it being Mr. Edgeworth's office. Because I'm the one who keeps it tidy, pal. Okay, done. Except for the blood. It would appear that the murder was definitely committed here. Oh, the bloodstains on the bookshelf are still fresh. I suspect that the victim was killed in a standing position, hence the prints on the shelf. And then the guy fell onto the floor, right? The blood on the floor just kind of grossed me out. Detective, I don't have the time to deal with your weak stomach right now. But you know I'm no good with blood, sir. I'm certain there's something wrong with this picture. Wait, what do we have with logic? Look at this motherfucker's badge. Holy shit. That's funny. Phoenix's is much less grand, but he likes to proudly present it on his jacket, whereas Edgeworth's is actually better, but he keeps it in his pocket. Although it does seem like a contradiction given how Edgeworth dresses normally. It's not like he doesn't enjoy standing out. Okay, the other handgun. Victim's handprints. He must have tried to support himself with his hands here after being shot. There are prints on the floor, too. Those must have been made when, unable to stay standing, he dropped to the floor. Appears that the victim was in a sitting position here after being shot. Oh, so that's why the seat of the victim's pants has blood on it. That would be the logical conclusion. So this is where the bullet lodged itself after it went through the victim's, huh? Well, the bullet to be lodged so squarely in a file spine indicates that the files were ransacked after the shooting had occurred. Then I guess the victim was moved because he was in the killer's way. I was gonna say the same thing with it. The killer moved the body because it was leaning against the bookshelf. The blood on this guy's pants proves that pretty well. In a sense, I suppose. See, I'm not completely useless, Mr. Edgeworth. What else am I missing? I built them all back, just as they should be, sir. Doesn't it look like anything's missing? Although it does look like the killer moved the body to flip through my shelves. I wonder if they found what they were looking for. I mean, it doesn't... A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H... I mean, this one seems like... Well, these two seem like they're... Oh, okay. That's just how he... 3, A, B, C, A, B, E, D, E. We're out of place. Oh! Nope. Nope. So, what I see as the issue here is that he was shot when he was sitting. And it was over here, but the blood all came down here. I mean, he got shot in the dick, so like, there could be like a downward projection there, but would it go this low? If standing, he would have his hands here? Like, I don't think so. That's weird. Or that the killer, what's-his-fuck, must be really tall. And this guy is really short. Let's see what he says here again. Anything else here that we haven't checked? I think so. Oh, it doesn't look like it. Okay. You don't understand? You see, therein lies the contradiction. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, it'd be nice if you just admit when you're wrong. That wasn't a mistake. That was good. That was me keeping you on your toes, detective. Yes. Yes, keeping you on your toes. You do. That was good. Actually, I'm honestly not seeing. Let's see. So, it's not the gun and the bullet. Not the badge, obviously. Could it be the person and the bullet hole? And not the gun and the bullet hole? It's not the safe. There's clearly a contradiction here with this bullet hole. What do you mean, sir? You don't see? Quite simply, the bullet hole itself is too low. If the victim was shot in the dick, the hole should be much higher up. Well, what if the guy was shot while he was sitting or lying down, sir? That would be illogical. The victim leaned against the shelf here after being shot, which suggests he was standing there when he was shot. He was standing when he was shot. And that means... Wait, what does that mean, sir? It means you need to use your brain every once in a while instead of mine, detective. In any case, it means someone made a faulty assumption, and it was this mistake that our current contradiction was born. What is the faulty assumption that caused this problem with the bullet hole's position? The order of the files, because it should have been over this way then, right? I believe the order of the files is a bit off. You might put them back in the wrong order just now? Hey, actually, I think the labels on the files are wrong, sir. Oh? Yeah, you see here how the files that were shot begin with the number 0? What are those doing all the way down there after 1, 2, and 3? That's really weird. Actually, the way they are organized now is the correct order. They are exactly as I see them in my mind's eye. I honestly thought they were O's too, and I was kind of confused by that. My mind's eye. Yeah, okay, bro. Yeah, your mind's eye, okay. Weird flex, but okay. Okay, yeah, that's the first cringe thing he's really said. The numbers are all out of order. Those white binders are special, so they are arranged a little differently. But from this, we know that the files were not in this order when the crime occurred. Aha, so that's it. I believe the killer made this... Oh wait, was that Edgeworth that said that? That's it. I believe the killer made the same incorrect assumption as you just did, Detective. Let's rearrange the files in numerical order and see what we find out. Do you think it'd be okay to drop the body back? Prop the body back up to know it was... Do you think it'd be okay to prop the body back up to how it was before it was moved? They finished processing the crime scene, so I don't see why we wouldn't be. If you would please, Detective Gumshoe. As I suspected, the bullet hole is now where it should logically be. The killer went through my files first before shooting Mr. Faith. And then put the files back in numerical order, I guess. Their names are like the exact same length, so I don't pay attention to when it changes. Exactly, and then proceeded to shoot the victim. Well, why would someone kill a man and then look through your files one more time? Puzzling indeed. The files were thrown into disarray twice, once before and once after the crime, but why? Now the crime scene is as it was at the time of the murder. Time to give it another look. There must be some reason as to why the victim's body was moved. But there is no time to ponder that now. Let us continue with our investigation. Detective? Roger that, sir. I'm rearing to go. I base whether I should be looking at who's talking based on whether the name is larger or smaller, yeah? Alright, later, let us take it easy. Thanks for hanging. Examines tick. And no, your name is significantly, well, not significantly, but noticeably longer than Gumshoe's. But based on the length, if I just wasn't looking at the names, just looking at, like, bodies, I might mistake you and Paisano. He moans when he wipes his ass. Oh my god. Yo, what's up, Mr. Vegas? Oh. Yeah, maybe. Then if they both showed up here, like where the name is, yeah, maybe. It's just a lack of attention to the detail of the names that I'm paying. These handprints belong to the victim, right? They make sense at the body's position. Yes, he must have left them when he was trying to support himself after he was shot. However, the final position of the body shows that it was moved. I need to go over this crime scene with a fine-toothed comb one more time. As I expected, the bullet hole is now where it should logically be. We figured out that the killer went through your... And we figured out... See, I did it again. We figured out that the killer went through your bookshelf twice. Indeed. There are many things the killer did that just don't make sense. But to figure out the whys, we need more information. This! What is that? It's 11037. Why does it say Gumshoe on there in blood? Actually, it says Gum Ho, but if we can just assume the middle book it has an S on it, I guess. I'd say it's some incredibly incriminating evidence. Okay, Mr. Was that Dustin Prince that did that? That wrote the like perfect fucking cursive with a dude's hand that has a broken neck? Oh my god. Yeah, Gumshoe is. Oh, yeah. I agree, Roy. Oh, you were cooking, gotcha. I know that What's-His-Face did it too, and won too, but this guy reminds me a lot more of Dustin Prince than Red White. Yes, indicative of criminal activity indeed. No, wait, there's gotta be some mistake! Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me! Say something, sir! It appears that one of my files was stolen. Is that all, sir? What about me and my situation? Is this what the killer was really after? Looks like Jim was able to leave us the name of his killer in the end. And this most important message managed to reach us. I'm telling you, it wasn't me! You can't be terribly pleased to hear that your beloved partner is the guilty party. If you are going to accuse Detective Gumshoe of being the culprit, I sincerely hope you have some proof to back it up. Jim's words, they're more than enough, wouldn't you say? If that's how you want to play it, then at least allow me to understand your reasoning. You got it. I don't like this one bit. There's something strange about this man's attitude. And there must be some sort of flaw to his logic waiting for me to dig out. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you gonna do? What I always do in court, I'm going to cross-examine him. One way or another, I'll expose the flaw in his logic with this technique. Oh, how do you do that? Can you explain it to me, sir? Just to make sure there isn't something different. Alright, first I listen to the witness's testimony. If I find a flaw in the testimony, something that contradicts the evidence, I open the organizer and present the piece of contradictory evidence. To present something, I simply do meta. But it's not like there's gonna be a flaw in their testimony every time, right? Correct, and at those times I need to press the witness by touching the press button. It's right there, I tell you. Sometimes by pressing, I can draw out the new information and new or modified testimony. I think I get it, sir. I'll be sure to try this technique out during investigations too. Very well. I'll even show you how it's done. Now watch carefully. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, exactly. And what motive? He has no motive. Like, oh yeah, Gumshoe, who had a key, like, ended up yeah. What's up, Maxim? It just doesn't make sense for Gumshoe to have been the killer at all. Dustin Prince is the dead guy. Gotcha. Richard Wellington. That makes more sense. I mixed the names up. Harshly jabbing him in the center of his chest with one finger. Press! Have a good night, Proxy. Take it easy. Detective Gumshoe, you stole Jim's gun from him and shot him dead. Further, you messed up the files to make it look like you had committed theft instead. That's when you moved Jim's body that was sitting in front of the bookshelf. But thanks to that, you didn't notice the bloody letters his body was hiding. And it will be by his final words that you will be brought to justice. Thumbs up. You intend to argue that the victim's dying message points to his killer? I can hear Jim's voice and he's calling for his killer's arrest. Are you sure you're not mishearing his words, Mr. Portman? There is no way Detective Gumshoe is the culprit here. I will find the flaw in this man's logic and expose it with credible evidence. Rebuttal. If he shot him dead, how would he have been able to write Gumshoe behind his body? Behind himself? Not only that, but he wrote the letters in blood and then took that one file? And then the dude took the file, I guess? But then if he had took the file after the fact, he would have noticed that it said Gumshoe. Perhaps you're not aware, Mr. Portsman, but there is a serious flaw in your logic. Bringing up a bit of the courtroom into this, I see. No problem, I'm game. I can't help but find it odd. Excuse me? Odd that a fellow prosecutor would be brought down by the power of his own office. What are you talking about? Oh, you're joking, I get it. Ha 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 ha! If you have the time to laugh, then you have the time to take another closer look at this. Do you still not see? If not, may I direct your attention to the missing file? What? That's impossible. What's impossible, Mr. Portsman? Nothing. The files on that shelf are all about a certain case. When the killer went to take the file after murdering your partner, I highly doubt they could have missed the bloody letters written on the spines. It's possible that they could have taken the file before committing the murder. I think that's pretty obvious that the file was stolen after it was written on. The missing letters in the detective's name were where the file should be as proof. Yeah, I mean, the S is gone. There's only half of an H. If Detective Gumshoe really was the culprit of this case, I highly doubt that even he could have overlooked his own name written in blood on the files. Especially as a detective who can't stand the sight of blood. Gasp! Man. That is the face of a man who was fucked. Good old Gumho. Yeah, slam the air, dude. Yeah, it being argument rebuttal makes a lot more sense in this context. Yeah, this game is going to be longer than the others, from my understanding. Oh yeah, you can definitely arrest somebody without a proper motive. And somebody can be convicted without a motive. Well, because some people kill without a motive because they're just crazy, right? So it's not like motive is a necessity, but it can be a significant part of any murder. Like if you're able to prove motive, it makes your case that much stronger. When has Ace Attorney ever had their accused to have a motive? Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's not that you can accuse somebody and not have a motive. But I'm pretty sure in most cases, the accused have motives, right? Like, what's-her-face's Vera's motive had to do with the forgeries and stuff. Maki's motive had to do with the smuggling and the detective being onto him. I don't remember what they said Phoenix's motive was. Maybe there was no motive there. But, like, wasn't the, like, young Phoenix's motive allegedly the argument about Dahlia with that dude? I feel like they almost always allege some sort of motive. The soundtrack seems pretty funky so far, which I like. Like, it's a little more understated, which makes more sense given the context. I'd never want to get arrested while naked. Or, like, with just boxers on, because it'd be cold as fuck. You have to walk into jail with nothing but your fucking underwear on? That seems awful. Well, yeah, because it's all about context. It might not be necessary, but again, it is a strong piece of evidence if you can prove it. Man, I know, right? What would happen if we had no left socks? That's why Mike is a man of the people. He's willing to go down for the people. He's the hero we deserve. And the hero we need. Willpower's motive, I mean, I think they made it seem like it was a dispute with a coworker. I don't know, I'd honestly have to go back and check. I'm not saying that there is in every case. Like I said, I don't remember what Phoenix's murder motive would have been in 4-1. Just that in a lot of the cases there were motives. Oh, the motive was losing, and he can't possibly lose because his whole thing was he never loses. I mean, there you go. It's a weak motive, but it is an alleged motive, right? Yeah, the less clothes I have on, the worse off I'd be, I figure. Right, because the burden of proof is apparently on the defense here to prove motive. Although, to be fair, the reason that happens is because you're trying to shift the blame to somebody else entirely. But I do think in a lot of cases the prosecution hasn't met its burden of proof, at least by US law standards. But the judge is just like, I think this very shallow argument is exactly what I needed to render a guilty verdict. God, that sounds so good. Wish I could make some of that right now. Which means, what exactly? What does that make this dying message? It makes it the work of a criminal intent on tampering with the crime scene. That's so low. I can't believe the criminal tried to pin this whole thing on me, sir. I'm gonna get him, sir. You'll see. I'm gonna have them under arrest in no time. Well, Mr. Portsmouth? Portsman. You're so insignificant, I mispronounced your name. Brilliant, absolutely splendid. Logic deserving of Olympic gold. I appreciate the praise, but it doesn't change the fact that your reasoning is flawed. You win some and you lose some, that's how life goes. Not everyone's so cheery. Even though I feel more dead than alive. Ah, but you know, it really is a shame. I really didn't want to have to bring this up, however. What is it this time? Are you still after me, pal? Humor me for a second. Who has the key to this office? That would be me! Oh, damn it. But Mr. Edgeworth just proved that I'm innocent, pal. What the fuck was that? Hallelujah. What the fuck? Oh, I love myself so much. You see, it had to have been him. I mean, I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with the white jacket. It's just the way he wears it. With the black gloves. Yikes. And the pink shirt. Yeah, I mean, like, that. Oh, man. That's absolutely right, and I acknowledge your innocence. I need to keep his voice far enough away from Max. That's where it keeps kind of drifting into. Then why do I sense that you still have something to say? What are you doing? Well, I was thinking, did you know there's one other person with a key to this office? One other person? Hey, you there. What fucking voice did I give him? I don't even remember. Oh, was that like Generipian, wasn't it? Yes, sir, what is it, sir? Wait, no. Yes, sir, what is it, sir? Could you kindly fetch and escort that lovely young lady here for me? A lady? The girl is a member of this building's security. Think of her as a material witness. Security? Did you say security? No, stop it, pal, don't! What's wrong with him all of a sudden? Oh, he got her quick. Oh, god damn it! I believe she needs no introduction. I've called upon Miss Maggie Bird, a member of security. Oh, Maggie's so cute! Look at her little track jacket. And she does the same thing as in the game, but it's a side profile just like Gumshoe. Oh, why people always trying to dunk on Maggie? I mean, yeah, look at the Blue Badger's dead eyes. It just, even with her wearing it, it doesn't change. You know, I think it's her hair clips. Everything else always changes about her, but the hair clips never do. That's the bad luck. I'm a big fan of Maggie. I really like her character. Detective Gumshoe, sir. Maggie. Fuck. I knew it was Maggie once I saw Gumshoe go. They're like, oh shit, here we go. Miss Bird is the security guard on watch tonight. I see, and your point is? My point is that she could very well have my point is that she could very well have used it. And by it, I mean the master key, which can open all the office doors in this building. What? If you are not the guilty party, Detective Gumshoe, then the only other person with access to this room is Miss Bird. Oh shit, here we go. How dare you? I would never sneak into someone's room. That's right, I refuse to believe that Maggie's the culprit, pal. It was me. That's right, I did it. Can we take that as a confession, Detective? Oh, well, it wasn't really me, but it definitely wasn't Maggie, pal. So yeah, it was me. If it was, you'd have no problems with that, right? Please refrain from flying off the handle, Detective. There's no need for such theatrics. Listen to your boss, Detective. He understands what I'm saying here. That girl's the only one who could have committed the crime, and for one simple reason. It's pretty obvious that Miss Bird snuck into your room using the master key. I mean, if Detective Gumshoe isn't the one who opened the door, then that leaves only Miss Bird as our prime suspect. On top of which, she knows our good detective doesn't. Oh, on top of which, she knows our good detective, doesn't she? Making it all the more probable that she was the one who faked the dying message. Hallelujah, praise the Lord. So you're saying she used the master key? Incredible incriminating evidence, wouldn't you say? That's what you claimed about the evidence earlier as well. That was then, this is now. The flow of a good match always changes during a rally. It's all about your reflexes and reaction time, especially for an athlete like me. I wonder if there was anyone else other than Miss Byrne who could have had the master key. Could have used the master key. It seems that the only way to get Mr. Portsman to give me more details is to press him. Ugh. Are you sure Miss Bird is the only member of security who could have used the master key? There's only one person on staff at this time of night, and tonight she's it. Isn't that right, Mrs. Bird?
Well, not a Mrs. I miss, but, true, but I wasn't able to use the master key at the time of the crime, sir.
Wasn't able to? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, moving on, I'd hate to get sidetracked by something unrelated.
What do you mean, unrelated? I want to hear what she has to say, pal.
But you can't really trust her not to tell lies. Ha ha ha, I love my double negatives, plus I hate wasting time. Should I hear Miss Byrne out? Yes, of course. Not so fast. I too am interested in hearing what Miss Byrne has to say. Didn't I just say it'd be a waste of time? We don't need to hear her lies. I'll be the judge of that. Miss Byrne, if you please.
I discovered that the master key was missing at around 1 a.m., sir.
What do you mean by missing?
Not in my possession, stolen, out of sight, out of mind, I don't know. As in, it wasn't anywhere in the security booth, sir. The killer must have stolen it.
Mr. Portsman, I believe this to be an important piece of testimony, don't you? Oh, I can't believe that someone like you would be taken in by such words.
I'm not lying, sir.
If that's the case, then I'd like to know, why do you have the master key now?
I don't quite know. It just reappeared all of a sudden, sir.
A likely story, and where is your proof that the key was stolen to begin with? I bet you just forgot where you put it and then found it again.
I never lose things. I can practically guarantee that. With me, if something disappears, it's usually because someone stole it. Yeah, pal. Trust me. You don't want to test just how bad her luck is.
Unfortunately, I can't deem this piece of testimony as conclusive. Glad you agree, Mr. Edgeworth.
But you still haven't established Maggie's motive for breaking into Edgeworth's office.
Her motive? Didn't we already establish that it was theft? I mean, the culprit clearly went through the bookshelves and at least tried the safe. It is as if Mr. It is as Mr. Portsman says, Detective. I can't ignore the fact that all the evidence points towards a motive of theft.
But, okay, it's more than just theft, though. Why would she steal it? What was there that she needed? Because it's not like it was money, that would have been easy. Monetary gain. But as you said, there's no money there. And she took a file. God. Please don't tell me Old Bag is in this game. They have fun outfits. It would be fun to wear everything. Honestly, like, the least interesting outfit is Phoenix's. Like, Phoenix's is, like, downright normal.
When I'm done taking blows, it's time to counterattack with a few facts of my own. I concur that the culprit's motive appears to have been thievery, however.
What is he doing? The fuck is he doing? Establishing dominance. Oh man. Oh god. Oh goodness. That's good. He's too hot, okay?
Why are you sweating profusely?
Glad to hear that the great Miles Edgeworth is in agreement with little old me.
However, with regard to the investigation of the bookshelves and safe...
Hey, good luck asking for my opinion on the matter.
Oh, wait, where did I see... Okay, let's redo this.
He's so distracting. Hey, good thinking, asking for my opinion on the matter.
Wouldn't it be too much for you to allow me to complete a full sentence? I thought we had established Detective Gumshoe's innocence pretty thoroughly.
It was just a theory, one hypothesis among many possibilities. I mean, I had my doubts about Miss Bird from the very beginning.
If that's the case, then why didn't you mention her first?
Now, don't make that face. See? There goes the truth running the other way. Let's pick up the pace and see if we can't catch up to it.
I don't think you're catching my drift.
But we are in agreement that the detective isn't the killer, right? If so, then I hope you understand what I say.
Ayy.
That since she's the only one who could have opened your office door.
Don't you think it's a bit early to be jumping to conclusions?
Are you saying there's another way to open the door other than with the master key? Oh, I get it. Perhaps you had a spare made for someone else?
I'll have you know, I've never made a spare. So what are you insinuating?
Nothing. Guess I should have known better than to suggest that someone like you would. How do you catch a drift?
So if I had to sum up events for people that might have missed the early part. So Edgeworth comes back from vacation. When he gets there, he finds a dead body. The body had been shot. There was blood. He smelled the blood. He saw the body. He was shot through the abdomen. Bullet went right through, so it hit the spine of a book. When Edgeworth found the body, there was a person that was behind him pointing a gun at him. But then that person backed off and apparently dropped that gun or took the gun, we're not sure yet. But then shot the picture where that safe was down. So there's another bullet hole. And then we find out that the files had been rearranged. Weird. And then discarded again. And that the body had fell over, had been moved to be like on its side from where it originally slumped down. We know, Possum, that it was this guy that we're talking to right now. Jacques Portsman. But Edgeworth doesn't know this. But we were shown at the beginning. They revealed his face. Is there anyone in this district who hasn't at least heard of Detective Gumshoe? Good point. He's practically a celebrity among us prosecutors. Really? I never knew I was so talked about, sir. We're holding our collective breath, you know? For when you screw up so badly that you're literally chased off the force. Wait, what? Is that true, Mr. Edgeworth? No, of course not. That's hogwash. Phew, don't scare me like that. I almost had a heart attack there. And Lord knows I can't pay for the medical bills. Because we're not in Japan. We're in the US. My dying message, you mean the bloody letters that spell out gumho? I figured that whoever wrote his name must have wanted to frame him. And just the act of choosing his name is proof enough that the two knew each other well. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and present some evidence. I would love to, but first we should listen a bit more and digest what he is saying. Press him more for more information. Okay. Let's look at what we have so far. Let's check this. It's the master key to every office in the building. That's it. Okay, so that doesn't have anything else on it. He's doing it in the fucking background. Could we... That's interesting, because it's like he doesn't let you finish, which leads me to believe there's something there. But the game implies that you need to look into his words, his actual words further, and not like deflection like that. There's a second gun, right? She wouldn't have had access to a gun, would she? As the security? So you know there's at least two guns. Which means the killer had one, and then the detective had one. $100 axes, whatever he's doing with his jacket. I don't think this is right. Oh, this is a really nice feature. What am I missing here? I'm missing something very simple. This is still so weak. This is so fucking weak. But it's like you can't present the actual missing thing because that is thievery. That's not an actual contradiction. I knew it was simple. Do you wish to continue insisting that Miss Bird was set on stealing something? Why not? It's the truth after all. Spin! It was also by your logic we came to the whole thievery conclusion anyway. That may be, but you must also be aware of the fact that the safe is a secret safe, existence of which is only privy to prosecutors. Oh! God! I find it a little hard to believe that a hidden safe was a part of her cunning plan. But she could have found it by accident while she was turning everything else upside down. I highly doubt that. I'd say the culprit knew exactly what they were looking for. After all, only the bookshelf and the safe were targeted. Yeah, even I don't know about the safe, pal. That means there's no way Maggie could have known about it either. Then are you proposing that the killer is a prosecutor? Interesting conclusion. That's definitely looking more and more probable. Yo, what's up, Rare? How you doing, dude? Wait, but I'm a prosecutor. We better be fucking creating some fake banana substitute then. Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to get like a Q&A with Carmello. I mean, he's lived in Japan for 3 years now. To get like some just like an AMA for what he's done since he's lived there, and what are some misconceptions or rumors or perceptions that he could confirm. Yeah, it's pain. Oh no, dude, it's one of those chocolates that just has the wrapping on it.
Yeah, our instant ramen is garbage. It's garbage compared to their instant ramen. I love good ramen though. Good ramen it's so hard to find too, at least around where I live. Banana monocultures. Hey man, you go right ahead. You got your drawing tablet? Oh, that's cool. Very nice. What kind did you get? What's wrong, prosecutor? Do you have a different suspect in mind now? I... Curses, what made you... What's with the angry face all of a sudden? It's all my faults. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Why does my voice seem weird all of a sudden? What do you mean? Maybe it's just the way that sentence flows? I don't know. It's Jim. He knew about the existence of the secret safes. What did you just say? We were partners, like inseparable conjoined twins. That's why I told him. I filled him in on the secret safes. Thumbs up. Then that means... Yeah, I know. I'd only just told him to. Obviously, it was wrong of me to tell him. I still can't quite believe it. But the thief who broke into your room was probably Jim. Now he's claiming that the victim was the thief? And you were simply trying to stop him, weren't you? Miss Maggie Bird. Excuse me? I mean, you are a security guard, right? That's your job. But killing is going a bit too far, even in your risky profession. What the? You're still accusing Maggie of the murder? Yes and no. I mean, she had stumbled upon Jim who had probably drawn his gun. I get it. It was self-defense, wasn't it? No! I couldn't! I could never do something like that. Not even as a security guard, sir. Plus, even if he was the thief, he wouldn't have a key to the office. Which is precisely why he had to steal it, wouldn't you say? It was Jim who stole the master key. Ah! Pretty impossible for a supposedly stolen key to be here without us, unless you retrieved it from Jim after you killed him. Mr. Portsman, are you honestly accusing your own partner of being a thief? I don't want to admit it, but it's the only way for everything else to make sense and it not be me. I mean... That's the only way for everything else to make sense. Has he no honor? I love that the sprite does the exact same thing as him, though. That's a nice touch. No, then I think we're done here. The investigation waits for no man. Would you people be so kind as to see yourselves out? You can't kick us out. This is Mr. Edgeworth's office. Ah, but I'm the one who's been assigned to this case. You are all suspects to varying degrees and therefore ineligible to run this show. Listen, pal, how many times do I have to say this? Maggie can't be the culprit. Detective Gumshoe, calm yourself. But, sir, we have no choice but to accommodate his request for now. Ah, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. At least one of you understands. Now then, if you could remove yourselves from my crime scene, I'd be most grateful. Mark my words, Mr. Portsman, we will meet again. If that's a formal request from the legendary prosecutor himself, then I suppose so. Ah! Now don't disappoint me, you hear? I thought we had him. I thought we had him. Right there, and that was just gonna be the end. Aw, Maggie's outfit's super cute. I like it. I love it. What is with that prosecutor? I can't believe how rude he was. It was unbelievable. Please maintain your professionalism, detective. I'm gonna find some real solid evidence proving Maggie's innocence. You'll see, sir. We've been kicked out of the crime scene, sir. True. So then what now? Looks like my life's fallen into yet another gigantic ditch. Do not despair, Miss Bird. We can overcome this as well. There are many other places and things we should be looking into anyway. Oh, really, sir? For example, this hallway. The linchpin of his argument against Miss Bird is related to the master key. In that case, this hallway is the perfect place to look for more information regarding the mystery surrounding my door. Yeah, I use GIMP for some of my thumbnails, and it's like, that's not what you want to use. Oh, that's interesting. No variants. One thing will wipe them all out. Clip Studio Pro, is that good? Is that a good program? Is that a program I should look into for my drawing tablet? Mike, I don't want to put work into my ramen. I just want it to be good. Oh, the Ghost Trick sprites are like this? I think you mentioned Crit on here before, didn't you? Because I think I asked about it. Cost 60. That's very reasonable. Instead of having to pay monthly for Photoshop. Their upper bodies do not just teleport around, apparently. Alright, take it easy, Vinny. Thanks for hanging. Alright, later, Nick. Take it easy. Noodle miso? I mean, I like miso. Giga Chad Pro. Yeah, I don't think I need Super Mega Pro. I just want to draw some of my OCs. Oh yeah, I never did tell people what my Harry Potter fan fiction was. Nah, maybe we'll save that for the next Just Chatting stream. People actually remember it. This is an Ace Attorney stream. You share the fan fiction? No. No. God. I won't rest until I've infected every suspicious-looking nook and... Stop saying nook and cranny. Here is the file. It's... Ah, isn't that the missing O series file, sir? Or 0 series? No doubt about it. The bloody letters make it mark it clear as day. There seem to be a few pages missing. The thief took only what was necessary and left the rest behind. So what are these O files about, sir? I guess they've got something worth stealing in them, huh? Not particularly, it's just a collection of court case files. However, the cases within these files are not mine. Huh? They belong to the high prosecutor that used to occupy my current office. I have my reasons, but let's just say I was charged with keeping them as they were. That means the thief must have also wanted the file for a specific reason, right? It would seem so. Only the pages related to that case from 10 years ago are missing. I wonder why anyone would care about such an old case. Well-crafted, high-quality sofa for visitors. The stitching is excellent. Talk about a luxury waiting area. These babies are also great for napping, you know? You would sleep even out here, Detective, in a hallway? Whenever I do, I always wind up dreaming about giving testimony up on the stand. But it always ends the same way, me getting trounced by a lawyer. Isn't that awful? Maybe I should give it a try sometime to envision myself winning naturally. I bet the thief's not under here. I guess there isn't enough space for anyone to hide under here anyways. I mean, if someone could contort themselves to fit, I'd be really impressed. Sounds to me like somebody has already tried it at least once before. Hey, sup, bruh? Hey, failure, talk to me.
It looks like you're in quite the pinch, Mr. Edgeworth.
To be sure, a murder within the walls of the prosecutor's office is no trifling matter. We must find, apprehend, and punish the killer accordingly, post-haste.
Sounds like a messy case you've got on your hands. If you ever feel lost or need some advice, my door is always open.
Oh, gracious, I will keep your offer in mind. Who is this guy again? Oh my god, get dunked with that basketball hoop right there. Can I actually pick up the basketball and dunk on this dude? Is everything alright? Yes, sir. If you must know, I weighed myself this morning and I'm finally at 150 pounds. Congratulations, but I was asking about this hallway in this room. Oh, everything's okay, sir. A word of advice, stay focused or you may start to lose even more weight. From all the salary that I'm gonna cut from you. What's a basketball hoop doing here? Hey, didn't this used to be just outside next to the building a long time ago? So when and why was it moved indoors? I don't remember exactly, but I saw one of the officers drag it up here recently. Drag it? I heard that it wouldn't fit in the elevator, so the poor guy had to bring it up himself. All the way up to the 12th floor? Let's do it, Gumshoe. 1v1. What is a basketball doing here? That's Mr. Portsman's prized possession, sir. Heard he also plays soccer, dodgeball, and even tennis. And not a single one of those sports is suitable to be played in a hallway. God, Mr. Portsman gives basketballers a bad name. I was wondering if I may speak with you for a bit concerning this case. I've always been a big fan of the courtroom, but this is like a dream where I'm being cross-examined by the Miles Edgeworth. I can't let this chance pass me by. I must remember to ask her about the master key. I should jog her memory by showing my notes to her through the present button. Oh my god. Not Lenny! Oh man. I want a basketball hoop in my office now. Yeah, that's a better dunk. I must remember to ask her for her OnlyFans. Have you ever met the victim before? Well, I've seen him a couple of times before when I had to go to Mr. Portsman's office. Mr. Faith is always playing basketball with Mr. Portsman, sir. That sounds like fun. Just once I'd love to play with him. It sounds fun, but the only person ever taking a shot was Mr. Portsman. All Mr. Faith ever did was pass him the ball, sir. On second thought, I don't think I'd have fit in all that well with him. Miss Maggie Bird, correct? I take it that you are an acquaintance of the detective? She was under my supervision back when she was still on the force, sir. One day she got caught up in a murder, and things started going downhill, so she quit. But I owe a lot to Detective Gumshoe for introducing me to my current employer. Or so I thought until a few hours ago. Right before I was about to clock out for the night. You got caught up in this whirlwind of a case, correct? Don't worry, my whole life has been nothing but a whirlwind of bad luck and failures. Oh, God. I just want to tell her everything's gonna be all right. Since I was 6 months old when I fell from the ninth floor, yeah, that's right, of my apartment building. I've been hit by all sorts of vehicles, gotten sick from all sorts of foods, failed at almost every test I've taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster, and now I even managed to be named a criminal 3 times, just when I've become a security guard. That's a lot to go through in one lifetime. I know, and just when I thought I'd finally found my happiness, I wind up getting you and Detective Gumshoe involved in my bad luck. You don't need to worry about me, Miss Bird, nor do you need to worry about yourself. I will solve this case and prove your innocence. All I ask is return for your cooperation. Yes, sir, Mr. Edgeworth, you can count on me. I'll do all I can to help. Sparkle! So when did you discover that the master key was missing? By the time I realized it, I think it was around 1 a.m., sir. And I noticed it was back at around 2:30 a.m. I was just sitting there on the ledge where the security room's reception window is. But I'm sure that between those 2 times, it was not just gone, but stolen, sir. Why is such an important key stored in such an insecure place? It's not like that, sir. We always keep the key further inside the room away from the window. Always, you say, except for this time, correct? Well, I admit that this is a bit careless, but I had my reasons. I left it out because I was sort of using it at the time. It was after I'd used it that I left it sitting out on the ledge. She used the master key? What did you mean by use the master key? I mean, used it, as in went to a room, inserted it into the slot, and turned the key and opened the door. Like, okay. Oh, I had to use it to open the door for this prosecutor who had forgotten his key. Oh, I love the hat. I mean, it's my job as a security guard, right? Ah! What is it? That's right, I just remembered. The prosecutor who forgot his key. It was Mr. Portsman, sir. How do you forget that? Misfortune. Nice. Mr. DePiguez. Nice. Okay, to be fair though, Phoenix does the same issue. Phoenix has the same issue. Lot of pointing. Lot of pointing. What? Please tell me more, Miss Bird, quickly. Forgetful. It was around 12 a.m. Mr. Portsman had forgotten his office key, so he came down to security, sir. And that's when you loaned the master key to him? No way, it's against regulations to loan the master key out to anyone. I walked with Mr. Portsman to his office and opened the door for him personally, sir.
Oh, that hair is awful. It looks like he's wearing a weird hat. I see. And then what happened after that?
Well, he called for me to come close up his office as he was leaving to go home. That was around 1:30 a.m., I think.
So in summary, for the sake of one forgetful prosecutor, you used the master key twice tonight.
Talk about suspicious.
I doubt you can say that you've never left your keys at home, Detective. I think this calls for a thorough examination of Mr. Portman's door. Oh, oops. Oh, fuck. A crown of dickheadedness. Yeah, that's a pretty good description. Okay. So I get what you guys are saying, but think about this. It is late at night. Once you get accused of being a murderer, you are not going to be tired anymore. Adrenaline will kick in, and you are going to be a lot more amped and less likely then to forget such an important detail. Especially since, I mean, what else did she do all night? It's not like she's in a job where she's like constantly doing something. She's normally just sitting at the window. All right, take it easy, Amber. Have fun with D&D. Won't rest until I've oh God, stop saying that. Room 1203. I take it that this is Mr. Portsman's office?
Yeah, you can't mistake it because of that basketball hoop, sir. Well, that reminds me, Mr. Portsman had actually wanted room 12012 really bad. But since you're already occupying it, Mr. Edgeworth, we put him next door, sir.
Why was Mr. Portsman so particular about getting room 1202?
I'm not sure, but I bet it's because of something like his birthday is December 2nd.
Yep, that's gotta be it. I can't think of another reason why. I can think of at least three. Blah. Why am I even wasting time thinking about this? The door is locked tight. Yeah, I bet the old credit card trick wouldn't work here, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? This is the office of a high prosecutor, Detective. These doors would be pretty ineffective if the average cat burglar could get through them.
Ah, so I guess only a great cat burglar could get in. That must have been who our culprit is.
Might I advise you to return that conclusion to whatever pawn shop you bought it from? Oh. Oh my God. Go get that ball and just, oh, nuts in the face dunk. Wow. Makes you think more instinctively, not less. That's a bit of a incorrect way of looking at it. But even then, being tired and not having adrenaline versus having adrenaline and not being tired anymore, it's because it makes you, it doesn't help, even if you were to accept the argument that it doesn't help your thought process, you are still likely to be more alert and be able to process things than if you were just straight tired. Yeah, he did ravage him. Yeah, he's got some nut stomping ability for sure. A minimalist yet classy door made of top quality wood. It's kind of majestic too. Fits in really well with the ambiance of the prosecutor's offices. Even Mr. Portsman seems dignified because he works behind one of these. Nonsense. A man doesn't become more or less dignified because of where he works. Well, he still seems more dignified than Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne? I suppose custodial work can also be dignified.
Oh. Oh. Oh, Mike, you missed my bang earlier. I was drinking Unicorn Rainbow. Super high school level unlucky student. Yeah, she might be. She should be a part of Hope's Peak, or should have been a part of Hope's Peak. By God, he's dead! Okay, so we got the door, the lock. I feel like we were supposed to find more here than this. Did he just want us to know that it was locked tight? Oh, the door thing, I guess, is what he wanted us to know. That he really wanted office 1202 instead of 1203. It's Mr. Portsman's personal basketball hoop. Can't believe he put something like this in the hallway of a prosecutor's office. But no, it actually is pretty useful, sir. I haven't gotten lost trying to get to your office since it's been here. How long have I had the same office and yet you've still managed to get lost? Miss Bird, I'm afraid there's a flaw in your story. What? No way, pal. I mean, sir. Oh, that was cute. You said that you locked up Mr. Portsman's office at around 1:30 a.m., correct? However, the master key had already been stolen at that time. Wow, nothing gets by you, Mr. Edgeworth. You saw that contradiction like a pro. I totally forgot all about that, but thanks to you, I remember it now. You're right. It was around that very time that I recognized that I realized the master key was missing. And? Well, I'm a security guard, sir. I couldn't just admit to losing the master key, could I? So I pretended to lock up his room, sir. Oh, dear. You pretended? Yeah, I used my house key and made it look like I was locking it up, sir. Hey, have a good night, Nemo. Hey, dude, thank you again for becoming a member yesterday. Much appreciated. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so awesome. Just like, yeah, I'm gonna lock up this door. Ah, see? It's locked. You heard that clicking noise, right, sir? Oh, man, I've definitely done something like that before. Oh, my God. I mean, we're not in trial mode. We're in investigation mode. This is how I would dress if I was in investigation mode, except... Not to lie, it's gonna make me sound like a huge douche. I'd still have my jacket with me, but it'd be much like that. Over the top. I can't have it on me. Because I don't have to be all formal. Look at how my sleeves are rolled up. Fake to task. Yeah, right. So in actuality, you never did relock the door then. I thought that maybe I could go lock it after I found the key. Come to think of it, I guess this door still hasn't been locked properly. Ah, and now we will find that it is locked shut. Yeah, stop saying that. Already my least favorite line in this entire game. Or it's locked tight. There's a contradiction here between reality and the evidence. If what Miss Bird said is true, then why is this door locked tight? You know, you're right. Miss Bird, are you sure you didn't relock this door?
I'm certain of it, sir. And I don't think Mr. Portsman noticed it himself that I hadn't.
Which means what, sir? It either means that he actually does have the key to his office, or that the door Miss Bird opened wasn't this one at all, but a completely different one. You opened a different door? How can you prove that? There's an easy way to find out. All we need to do is, we need to examine these. Prints on the doorknob will tell us everything. Hey you, pal, do us a favor and see what you can lift from this, okay? So, what'd you find out? There's no need for such belligerent nostril flaring, detective. Sir, I found only Mr. Portsman and Mr. Faith's prints on this doorknob. So only 2 people's prints were found on this, huh? That's pretty decisive. I'm lost, sir. Thinking logically, a certain other person's print should be on this knob as well. Now then, whose print should also be on this doorknob? Didn't you also just have gone from door to door and start turning the knobs? Don't you find it odd that the prints of the person who unlocked the door are absent? You mean, yes, the door that Miss Bird opened could not have been this one, but a different one. What have we here? I won't rest until I've... Oh, God, shh. Sayaka switched the door plates. Alright, have a good one, Mr. Vingas. Criminally incompetent. I guess the closest thing would be criminally negligent. Negligent doesn't imply incompetence, but it's close. Alright, have a good one, Tara. Is this basketball the property of Mr. Portsman?
Yes, sir, he's always ready for a match.
Basketball, soccer, dodgeball, tennis? Doesn't matter what sport it is, he's game. Although I think it'd be a little hard to play tennis with this ball. Ho ho! That isn't the point you should be focusing on, detective. Yeah, you're right, sir. Now I know what I should be focusing on. Bad, Mr. Portsman. Someone should teach him to clean his toys up after he's done playing. I think we've reached the end of this conversation. What is this? Looks like a scrap of paper. I'll get it, sir. Let's see. Oh, there's something written on it. Looks like it was a note from the victim. I brought the 3 pieces of evidence by, just like we talked about on the phone, but it looks like you're out. Guess I'll catch up to you later. Yeah, and it's for Mr. Portsman. This is moved. Just noticed that. What's this? What are you looking at, sir? Oh, hey, how about a game? That's okay, detective. I dunked on you enough tonight. I just found the position of this hoop to be a little off. Hey, you're right, sir. I guess it shifted when someone made a seriously sweet slam dunk. Like what you just did, to me and Payne, several times, nuts in our face. Positioning of the hoop is definitely unnatural. I'd better take note of this. Nook and cranny counter, 6. Yes, let's keep that counter, because holy shit has he done it a lot. I have a question. All I want to know is the number. I don't want to know any other details. How many investigations are in this game? That would help kind of figure out how I want to organize the streams. Suspicious crook and granny. What sofa? The one in the hallway? We already looked at that. What? Oh, there's 4 more cases after this one. Okay, gotcha. So there's 5 total, including this one. All right, cool. What do we got in logic right now? Just the files and just ran another handgun. Okay. Can I go back in here yet? Level 2. These 4 numbers on a nameplate alone proclaim this to be my office. Wow, what a weird way of saying this is my office. Whoops. Hey, these number plates slide right out, sir. They have to be able to take the plate off when a room becomes vacant, you know? Although the idea that it can be so easily removed is kind of... I don't see any signs of forced entry. Meaning that the door really was open with the key. He did fucking Sayaka it. Holy shit. Meaning that the door really was open with a key. Did you happen to ask if any prints were lifted from the doorknob? Apparently the doorknob's clean as a whistle. Wiped, they think. Whoever the thief is, they did a good job of not leaving any clues behind. Poking around this hallway is actually paying off quite handsomely. Ah, how so, sir? In a variety of different ways. I think it's time that we had a little chat with the real culprit of this case.
You know who the killer is? Well, Mr. Edgeworth.
As long as my logic is sound, then yes. The mastermind behind this murder is none other than Mr. Portman.
What? Mr. Portsman?
Oh, yeah, that's right. There's an S in his name. I knew it. I knew it. That's exactly what my logic senses were telling me, too. I suspected it was him from the instant he accused Maggie of being the killer, sir. That is anything but logical. Lady and gentlemen, prepare yourself. Come what may, it is time to knock on truth's door. Like in Full Metal Alchemist.
Mr. Portsman, I've finished processing the bloody letters, sir. All right, let's take a gander at it. Pass it here. Okay, looking good. You there, take good care of this.
Bro! Wow, caught it off the bounce.
Well, if it isn't Detective Gumshoe.
And a line for you, Portsman. We got you now.
Call off your dog, Mr. Edgeworth. Is this some kind of joke?
It's no joke. We know, Mr. Jock Portsman, that you are the guilty party in this case.
You must be pretty upset getting chased out of your own room. I'd be mad too. So I guess you can stay if you promise to stay out of our way.
You intend to hide your crime under the guise of a prosecutor doing his job? You can see right through the unsightly paper-thin mask you wear upon your cowl.
Who would have ever thought it would come to this? Actually, come to think of it, your mentor was Manfred von Karma, right? A legendary prosecutor who never lost a single case for 40 long years. But there was always this incessant chatter about forged evidence with that guy. Really teaches me that I've got to stay on the lookout for false accusations, you know?
Are you done trying to play mind games with me? Because they won't work. The only thing you should be using that mouth of yours for is explaining yourself. Although that, too, will only dig your hole deeper. Either way, your game is up.
Well, aren't we full of ourselves, even though you have yet to prove anything?
Mike's right, you know. I have no idea what sort of harebrained idea you have in mind, but there's a mountain of evidence that points away from me being the culprit. Besides, how may I ask, do you propose I unlocked your door and got in here? Look, I feel bad doing this to you, but I've got work to do, so we're done here. Sorry, but we are not finished yet. Boy, you're stubborn. I suppose you're basing your accusations on something? I'll show you what I'm basing my accusations on. D's nuts! It made no sense. I apologize for nothing. I'm way ahead of the game, so I gotta figure out how we get there. So, he obviously switched the nameplates. Brought Miss Bird here. Had her open Edgeworth's office door. And that's how he was able to get in. He didn't have to steal it at that point. Right? But then how'd she lose it? Why would he have stolen it then? I guess that's the idea, right? That she...
Hold it.
My accusation is a harebrained idea, is it? You tell me. I'd say it is, after all.
Hold it.
Oh, and what, pray tell, kind of evidence are we talking about here? Jim was my partner, so you can't say I had a motive for killing him. And that's it. That's not even an anthill, let alone a mountain. But it's more than enough, wouldn't you agree? Might I recommend that you reveal what the word evidence means? It doesn't change the fact that the evidence doesn't point to me as the killer. Unfortunately, I believe I have already shown how earlier. Your speculations mean nothing, as I still insist that I could not gain access to your room. What should I do now? Should I raise an objection? You claim to have had no way to open my door. However, is that really the honest truth? Alright, I'll humor you. Go ahead, shoot. Very well then. I propose that you use this to open my door. I believe you were able to open my office door with the master key, no less. Wait. Hold on for a sec. I never laid a finger on that key, as you already know. Precisely. You were able to open my door without lifting a single finger. Well, maybe you did, but only to direct... That's right. You used your finger to direct this person to open my door with the key. You had asked Miss Bird to open your own office door for you, yes? Yeah, I kind of forgot my key at home. Happens a bit too often for my taste, you know? But the room you had Miss Bird open at that time was not your own, was it?
What?
You have quite the imagination. But why don't we ask the girl herself whose door she opened, shall we?
I'm certain that it was Mr. Portsman's door, sir. I checked the number plate to make sure I was opening the right door, sir.
See, Miss Bird backs up my story. Yet, what if you had misled her to fool her into thinking what you wanted? Haha, and how do you suppose I did that? By switching the number plates on our doors, for example.
That's right, they do slide out pretty easily.
Furthermore, you then use one other thing to give a very strong impression. That the door she was opening was yours and not, in fact, mine. What was it that Mr. Portman used to make Miss Bird think that it was his room?
Take that.
What? The basketball hoop, sir? It was quite the peculiar fixture in any hallway, let alone a hallway in this building, which is why it left an unusually strong impression on you and the floor. It's an object perfectly suited to sit just outside the office of a peculiar prosecutor. Gah! That's very true, sir, because there was a basketball hoop sitting there. I thought the door I was opening had to be Mr. Portsman's. There are signs that the hoop has been moved. To sit in front of my office, to be sure. I see, so that's how you throw suspicions on people. Thanks for the tip, but I think your conjecture is a little off the racetrack. Now you're just spouting nonsense. I had the girl open my office door. After that, I was in my room the entire time. You don't have a single reason to suspect me. Stupid, 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 stupid. So he intends to claim this innocence to the end, does he? I'm as pure and innocent as my jackets. And Miss Bird is as dirty and guilty as the jacket she wears. My jacket's not dirty, I'll have you know. I just washed it yesterday. What, her track jacket? It's so cute, though. It's actually just like Phoenix's track jacket, except it has red feathers on it. Please calm down, for I intend to show who is the only one truly covered in slime here.
Hold it.
Using the master key, of course. Sure, you have a problem with that? That is what the master key is for, right? Perhaps we should place it in an elaborate labyrinth of some sort for people like you.
Hold it.
And what were you doing in your office? I was doing my usual training regimen. Training regimen? Were you going through your law books from start to finish? Mainly batting practice and some weights. Oh, and I jog when I get the chance. Ah, you must be the buffest prosecutor we have. With the weakest legal muscles, it would seem. I was doing my usual workout, so... You don't have a single reason to suspect me.
Hold it.
I think I've given you quite a few reasons, actually.
Fix it.
But none of those stand up on their own. Then what about all the evidence? God. It's all circumstantial. No judge would convict on such flimsy evidence. This guy's obviously never been in court in this country. He seems to be trembling a little. One more little push. All I have to do is find the flaw in his testimony. Okay.
I had your door dusted for prints. My door? How, what for? Come on, I bet you didn't find anything. You sure are good at wasting time. You're right, I didn't find anything, and definitely not Miss Bird's fingerprints. Her prints? What do they have to do with anything? Let's put it this way. If she really was the one who opened your door, then her print should naturally be on the doorknob she touched. Ugh! Further, all the prints on my office door's knob have been wiped clean off. I can only assume it's because Miss Bird's fingerprints were on it. But it doesn't change the fact that I was in my room the entire time. Is that really a fact, or is it fiction? Hey, would I lie to you? I have here proof that you were not in your room the entire time as you claim.
Take that.
This is a note that the victim left for you, Mr. Portsman. A note? It was left under your door, or did you not notice? And right here it says, but you're out. You were not in your room when the victim came to call on you. So then where were you and what were you doing? Don't you think it's time you gave up your charade? We know you stole into my office with the intent of stealing something from me, and Detective Faith found you out. Possibly because he heard sounds coming from a room whose occupant was on leave. Mr. Portsman, you killed Mr. Faith to silence him. And I had the misfortune to return when I did. You had to threaten me as you escaped. As I said when you had the gun to my back, no one gets away with committing murder in my office. And just what's so funny, pal? Oh, that look of stiff seriousness on the face of this office's finest prosecutor as he makes a huge mistake in accusing me is simply too much to bear. There's just nothing else like it in the world. What?
Mr. Edgeworth just explained it all, and he even backed it up. You're the murderer. Stop trying to be slippery and just admit to the crime already.
And as I said earlier, it's also circumstantial, so full of conjecture. You say you checked my doorknob for prints? Well, I can readily confess that I had wiped that knob down as well. Huh? I'm a little obsessive-compulsive, you see. I didn't want to touch a doorknob that you had touched. Which is why I wiped the knob down as soon as I could after you opened the door. After that, it makes perfect sense that only Jim's and my own handprints would be there. Framed fingerprints? Prints?
You made that up just now, don't you? Didn't you?
Furthermore, as for the note Jim left for me, do you know exactly when that was? For all we know, he could have left it there before I arrived at the office. Like early evening, for example.
You saying you failed to notice a note in your doorway?
Hey, even geniuses fail at times. I was probably too preoccupied by work-related matters, although that's no excuse.
That's just a flat-out lie. There's no way you didn't notice a note that size.
Ah, but you can't prove that, can you?
Say something, Mr. Edgeworth. Back me up here, sir.
Portsman makes a good point. I can't prove that he didn't simply overlook it. Besides, I have an airtight alibi. Airtight, you say? I've only realized that I had one just now as we were talking. I guess it would have been better for all of us if I had just told you sooner. Nothing personal, kid. If memory served, you came back to this office at around 2 a.m., correct? And it was then that you had the unfortunate confrontation at gunpoint with the culprit. But at that exact time, I was down in criminal affairs. Ask around, I'm sure the other detectives will corroborate my story. It's the perfect alibi. You really think it's that perfect? Like I said, I don't care. Ask around all you like. You'll see for yourself.
Detective Gumshoe. Sir, yes, sir. I'll go check out his alibi, sir. Be right back. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, I think we're in trouble. It's just like Mr. Portsman said. Those guys down in criminal affairs said they saw him at around 2 a.m.
You see? All of the evidence points to him being the culprit, so there must be a contradiction point in his alibi somewhere.
You are correct. It was around 2 a.m.
Are you sure? It's really important to me that you're spot on with the time.
I remember checking my watch then and made no mistake. And make no mistake, it was 2.
Oh, giving testimony like a pro. Okay, you came back to your office at 2.
Hold it.
It is as you say, however.
Yes, however, you are the only one who claims to have bumped into the culprit. So tell me, did you see the person's face? Was it me you saw?
It was pitch black, so I couldn't actually see.
Oh, come now, I'm sure you saw something. Try a little harder, why don't you?
I'm beginning to feel like I'm the one being interrogated here.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter if you remember or not. Only matters that you ran into the culprit.
Hold it.
So you paid the Criminal Affairs Department a visit.
Yep, right after I left the prosecutor's building, I headed straight for the precinct.
Hold it.
Hey! Hey! You bite your tongue, Trep. Class Rep Bot only does what I tell her to do. So that means you're insulting me. In which case, you can address me personally.
Well, we did go and ask around to confirm your testimony.
It was just as I said, right?
Yes, sir. A number of detectives said they saw you at around that time.
See, I have the perfect alibi. That's the ace I had up my sleeve.
Ugh. Impossible. He actually does have the perfect alibi.
What's wrong? Why the sudden sullen look on your face?
Can't you say anything back, Mr. Edgeworth?
I think we've reached the end of the line and it's time to get off this crazy train. You there.
Sir.
Sir. Please escort the young lady out, but remember, be gentle.
Maggie! Detective Gumshoe!
Is there nothing I can do?
There must be a way to turn this situation around. If only I had a clue. Did I miss something that can help me cast doubt on the alibi? I need to calmly think this through one more time, and with logic. You had to come back twice. Evidence points to the shelves being disturbed once before and once after the murder. But who is to say that the person who did it the second time is the same as the first? Which could mean that there was another person who paid a visit to my office tonight. If indeed there were two culprits, then that resolves the contradiction behind our murder weapon, despite the fact that there are 2 bullets here in this room. The murder weapon only shows signs of being fired once, leaving the possibility that the other bullet was fired from the other visitor's gun. Furthermore, we suppose that the second culprit's gun was the one that was pointed at my back. Mr. Portsman, it seems that I need to amend my assumptions regarding this case.
Great, so you finally come to your senses. That's no good English.
Trep with the Leon argument. Always strong. You're dumb. You're so stupid. 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 You're so dumb. Ah! Yeah, this game does have some really good music so far. Mr. Edgeworth! Sir, what are you saying? This has been a big misunderstanding on my part from the start. I had assumed that the person I ran into was the killer, but that may not be the case. What do you mean? The person I ran into is just your average thief. A thief? But, sir, doesn't that cause some sort of contradiction in the facts? Not at all. It simply means that the killer was someone else. It means that, in actuality, 2 culprits stole into my office tonight. What do you mean, 2? It explains both why my shelves were disturbed twice and how there were 2 guns. Mr. Portsman tricked Miss Bird and gained entry into my office. Now you're just leading the arguments. You still don't have any actual proof, you know. You could please go along with my hypothetical scenario for now, Mr. Portsman. In the end, if you really are innocent, you should have nothing to worry about. Now then, returning to my scenario, Mr. Portsman was out to steal something from me, which is why he checked my secret safe and ransacked my shelves. This is the first time. So then, this would be when the files were put back in the wrong order, right? Correct. And then, just when he was about to look somewhere else, who should walk in but his own partner, Mr. Faith? Why did Mr. Faith come into your own room, sir? Into your room, sir? He probably had business with Mr. Portsman, which is why he was in the area. That's when he noticed sounds coming from my office, would be my guess. Oh, because you were supposed to be away, right? He must have thought it was odd, so he came into the office to check it out. Correct, and as a detective, that was the right thing to do. But when he came in, he found his own partner standing there. Because it was Mr. Portsman, Mr. Faith probably let his guard down. But Mr. Portsman was not so merciful as to let him leave alive. He waited for a chance and stole Mr. Faith's gun from him, and then he killed him. He silenced Mr. Faith for catching him in the act of stealing. That was the moment in which the first shot was fired, the one that landed in my files. Following that, Mr. Portsman wiped the gun down and left it behind as he made his exit. He could afford to do that because he had already also left the fake dying message behind. You're such a complicated troublemaker, you know that? Well, if things were as simple as that, then all would be solved. However, there was yet another visitor to my room, and this is where it gets complicated. There was another? Visitor, sir? Yes, and this other person's object was to steal something from me. Now then, even after Mr. Portsman left, the door to my office remained unlocked. However, this new visitor had no way of knowing that, and so they stole the master key from the security guard's room, and then entered my room and searched through my shelves. This was the second time they were disturbed, and it seems the thief found their prize. Stolen no file, right, sir? Correct. Only just as the thief was about to leave with the file, I appeared. The thief then threatened me with their own gun and made their escape. The second bullet was fired during that brief encounter. So the shelves getting messed up twice in the 2 bullets. It was all because 2 different people were doing these things at 2 different times. Precisely. So now do you see, Mr. Portsman? The person I meant was just a thief and was not, in fact, Mr. Faith's killer. Your alibi for the time frame which I ran into the other person is now irrelevant, because we now know that the murder took place during the first culprit's visit. What's so funny, pal? Absolutely splendid. Your scenario explains everything. Of course it does. It's Mr. Edgeworth, after all. But you know, it still doesn't change the fact that it's all circumstantial. Suppose if, and that's a big if, your theory is right. It would indeed render my alibi, which has withstood scrutiny, mind you, irrelevant. But there's still one defining point of your argument for which you have no evidence. Your supposition that I was the first visitor. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't let him get away with that, sir. But he has a point. I have absolutely no proof at this point. Don't say that, sir. I don't believe this. Don't worry, Maggie. I'll do something if I must.
You know something? I find your attitude to be somewhat peculiar, Mr. Edgeworth. The person you met really was just a plain old thief. Then why was that person not your main suspect? That is, if your theory is correct. That thief you ran into should be your real suspect, wouldn't you say? We should be out there looking for that thief right now. They might still be nearby. I hate to repeat myself, but as I've said already, I was training in my room. And when Jim came to deliver some evidence to me, I was down at Criminal Affairs. So I can't be expected to know what happened around here after I left. Do you think we should be out there looking for the thief? Of course, now isn't the time to be wasting time on dead-end discussions. I don't think it's at all dead-ended. I find your alibi to be fascinating. Let's continue where we left off, shall we? I know he's lying. I know he was here at the scene of the crime. I wish I had that Magatama in order to see those psycho locks of his. I just have to find a way to prove it. What do I think of the case so far? It's interesting. It's holding my interest. He's good as an antagonist, I feel. Bringing Maggie back was nice, because I love Maggie. It is taking a turn for the convoluted, but we'll see how it shakes out. The music's really good. Actually, no, it wouldn't. Why not? That's elementary. The dying message, of course. Mr. Faith's killer very clearly left those letters on the spines of those files. And it was after they were on there that the thief stole one of them. You mean the old file, right? And that's how we know the letters themselves were a setup and not from Mr. Faith. If the thief was the killer, do you think they would try to undermine themselves? Maybe the killer just didn't think of that either. Yeah, that must be it. Maybe, just maybe. I don't tend to point out the music at all. That's something you guys tend to do. I just enjoy it. Like, even with, like, Godot's theme. It was only something we talked about because somebody else brought it up. Not that the music isn't good, that's just not the first thing I jump to. Byakuya tampering with the crime scene. Yeah, this is good. It's more upbeat than the other ones are. Or I should say, like, more dramatic is the word I'm looking for. I'm assuming that's done because you're getting closer to the truth. You're almost there. Whereas some of the other ones are, like, the first one I think was more chill, because it's like you're getting into it. Like, the music amplifies itself with the intensity you should be feeling, which is good. It's a very good touch. Once escaped, I highly doubt a thief would linger nearby. Okay, is that not a reason to look for them? Well, you never know. Maybe they didn't get what they were really after. Oh, you talk like you know quite a bit about this thief. It's nothing like that. I have no idea about anything, after all. According to Mr. Faith, no. Hold on, I thought we already cleared that up. Didn't we say that Jim left that note for me in the early evening? If you have proof that he left it at a different time, say just before he was murdered. I don't have any, no. You see, so I insist again that I was in my office the entire time. Doesn't he contradict himself, though? Because he says Jim must have delivered that letter when he was down in Criminal Affairs, which means it would have been in the later evening. Why don't you go there with Mr. Faith? Ah, that's because he said he was tired and was going to take a quick nap. You know those sofas in the hallway? He likes to sleep on those. It's one of his habits. And one of the evidence he brought, there were things related to yesterday's case. Just 2 items, a gun and a pendant. Interesting. This piece of testimony seems too crucial to let skip through the cracks. He brought me 2 items, a gun and a pendant, that are related to yesterday's case.
Hold it.
A gun and a pendant. Yes, this gun, which was the murder weapon, and this pendant, which belonged to the victim. Why were you taking them to criminal affairs? There was something in a past case file I wanted to compare these two to. I hate when that happens. But all this has nothing to do with this case right now. Anyway, I believe you'll find the long paper trail I left to be to your satisfaction.
Who would say that? Who would say it like that?
This is all matching up to what Detective Gumshoe found out. Only 2 pieces? I believe this proper phrase here is, you fail.
Not Edgeworth's snappiest line. With the original Lunar? When I played a Silver Star Story, and I haven't played that in forever.
Only 2 pieces? Oh yeah, we said this.
Excuse me?
You fail as a prosecutor, Mr. Portsman, and as you intend to keep evidence hidden from me.
What are you talking about? I haven't hidden anything from you.
Well, here's a piece I think you should read carefully.
Ah, it says that Mr. Faith is bringing 3 pieces.
Yes, and this is the victim's real dying message to you, Mr. Portsman.
I can't believe to get tripped up by simple arithmetic.
Where is your missing piece of evidence?
It's...
You have it, don't you? Only the guilty would make such a face. So many times, in fact. Detective Gumshoe. You don't have to say it, sir. I'll pat the guy down from head to toe.
Oh, don't come any closer, I'm warning you.
This is all part of the investigation, pal. So don't even think about stopping me.
No!
Hey, what's this? He had this on him, sir.
Despite what you said, it would appear that you do have something to hide.
Well, why would he hide something like that?
There's only one reason why anyone would hide evidence of this caliber, because it would unequivocally, I swear I can say this in this accent, because it would unequivocally point to that person himself as the real killer. This doesn't taste like chocolate. Let's examine this videotape in a little more detail, for the section of the tape that will drive the last nail into his coffin. The
KG8 incident?
That's a police case number, sir. Does that mean this video is evidence from that case?
Interesting. However, what's recorded on this isn't what's important right now. Let's give the casing a thorough once-over.
Wow, that's blood, isn't it?
Yes, and I believe this is what the good prosecutor was trying to hide from us. This blood is still fresh.
You mean this might be Detective Faith's blood?
No, you've got it all wrong. No amount of denial can save you. We have but to run a blood test to find the truth. You told us that you had received evidence from the victim earlier. Now you will tell us when and how did the victim's blood find its way onto this video.
Yeah, it's totally suspicious.
Was it at the moment of his death? Did Detective Faith have this videotape on his personage when you killed him?
I would start saying that. I would say on his person, but personage is so much better.
The original?
Yeah, I haven't played that either.
It is very wonky.
But it's like seeing the videotape filled me with like some warm fuzzies. Like, oh, VHS.
They should make a Danganronpa Ace Attorney crossover. Should be funny. I mean, isn't that basically Ace Attorney Online? You know very well there's no way to prove that. Even if we were to examine this tape for fingerprints?
Gah! And that, my friends, is what we call direct evidence.
If I had to take a guess, I'd say that the only ones on here would belong to the murderers, you and Mr. Faith.
No, impossible. Dude ate his own medal.
I do know, and I'm not particularly interested because I didn't even know what Professor Layton was before I learned what Phoenix Wright was, and I don't really have a ton of interest in Professor Layton.
Mr. Portsmouth has been placed under arrest for the murder of Detective Buddy Faith, sir.
Did you manage to get that? It looked like he might have been choking on that. It looked like he might have been choking on that metal. I mean, not that I care. Very good.
And the results we got back from the lab techs on the tape turned out to be real solid, sir. The blood work came back, and it was definitely Mr. Faith's blood on there. And as a bonus, they were also able to lift a few of Mr. Faith's fingerprints as well. Thank you so very much, Mr. Edgeworth. I still can't believe I got to see your cool deduction skills outside the courtroom. I'm impressed beyond words, sir.
It was nothing. I'm just sorry you got caught up in a murder in my office. Please accept my apologies.
Oh, it's nothing. Really, compared to what I've been through, I mean. I consider myself lucky that it was only a burglary and a murder this time, sir. If it had been a holdup or hostage situation, I'd been throwing my hands up in the air. I think I'm finally rising up from a goddess of a misfortune to just an unlucky person.
Something tells me we should have hired a different person for security detail.
You know something, sir? That Mr. Portsman really was one corrupt prosecutor.
And why would you say he was corrupt?
Well, I heard that there were a number of suspicious things related to his court cases. There's even rumors about how some of the evidence he uses is forged, sir.
Forged evidence, huh?
They say he even decided not to prosecute a few cases for some really vague reasons. Oh, that guy was in complete disgrace to the entire profession.
We never did get around to asking what his reason was for breaking into my office.
Yeah, whatever we got near the target, he just climbed up.
Although we can be pretty certain that it was to steal something.
It's just between you and me, sir, but
there's a rumor that some sort of huge organization is involved behind the scenes. Oh, well. If Mr. Portsman not willing to divulge anything, it certainly lends credence to that rumor. It would seem that we haven't heard the last of this.
Ah, that Mr. Portsmouth isn't the bad guy?
I didn't say that, but rather that there are still many more mysteries for us to solve. For example, we still haven't figured out the significance of this piece of evidence.
Take that!
The person who stole this file, the other villain of the night.
Yeah, I wonder who it was. And what happened to the stolen pages?
I wonder who in the world was it that held me up at gunpoint and had the misfortune of deciding not to kill me. Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
Yes?
I came across this while I was prosecuting your prosecuting, oh, sorry, just in the mood for prosecuting. I'm just in awe, I'm awestruck. Anyways, while I was processing your office earlier, sir.
This Karn. I have no idea what it is. What is it, sir? Is that a bird or something on there?
For Maggie Bird. It's not just any bird. It's the mark of the raven. A three-legged raven. Even you should know what this is, detective.
Oh, it's about that thing, isn't it? That great thief everyone's talking about.
Yes, it is the mark of the great thief Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu.
Something similar. That's close. That's a mouthful. Saying it in that voice.
Under the mark of a legendary bird, the Yagatarasu is noble to the end, a modern Robin Hood. Labeled mysterious and phantom-like, the Yagatarasu appears and vanishes at will. Though we don't know much about this thief's ultimate goal, we do know the targets. The Yagatarasu likes to find and make public evidence of corrupt dealings of all sorts. The thief is always performed in silence and always with perfection. The theft is always performed in silence and always with perfection. Once a target is chosen, no dramatic calling card or announcement is set forth. Indeed, the chosen corporation is infiltrated without the target even noticing. Some days later, the evidence that was found is sent out to the mass media, along with this single card, although it has been a while since the Yagatarasu's last appearance.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, something's written on the back.
What? Let me see.
It's the location of where the thief put the stolen files.
Well, the person who stole the contents of the file was the Yagatarasu? Yagatarasu. Organization. Quite a few key words are popping up in this mystery. The murder in my office. The return of the great thief Yagatarasu. Looking back, I can't say I didn't see these events coming, for they were heralded by the incidents that began to occur 2 days ago.
Okay. Oh, I missed that face. I'm excited to see her new sprites. So, it seems like this game, I could be wrong, because it could just do it like game 1 or game 3, and where it's connected, but not everything is connected. Not all the cases are connected. Like 3 is completely removed, right? But it would be interesting if they go the route of this is related to this is related to this is related to this, like it goes through like an entire arc of mysteries that are all interrelated to each other, which could be either really good if it's executed well, or it could end up being really bad if it becomes way too convoluted and they botch it. So we'll see what happens. I'm excited, though, to see what happens so far. I mean, like, the villain was good. I mean, he wasn't amazing, but he was good. He was insufferable, which was good. Like I said, Maggie, the one thing that I really like is, despite this being a different author, I think the characters were still written within themselves. The only thing I don't like about how the characters are written so far is that one thing that I think I really appreciate about Edgeworth is that when we were him in the third game, in Trials and Tribulations, he actually came off as a little less arrogant than you thought his, like, it was almost like that was more of a facade. Underneath that, he's more of a normal person. And here he just carries it with him the entire time. So I hope they tone that down a little bit. On the other hand, it did feel nice to be the person in control the entire time. 'Cause even when, like, he was contradicted, you're still just like, he's about to dunk on him. It's like, you don't even care. He's not like Phoenix, who's like, Monka. Well, I don't think these are as spoilery as some of the other. I think the other case, in 3 in particular, no, Apollo Justice in particular, I thought they spoiled a lot in their, like, because all I can deduce from this is Francisca's going to be involved. It doesn't actually tell me anything about where the direction of the story can be going, right? Yeah, I'd say the characters for a first case, is very good. I agree with that. But what I'm saying is that it seems out of character versus what we've actually gone into his head and heard before. Look at me! Look at me! I'm a nice guy! I'm awesome! I do think that the case probably should have been able to be wrapped up before Alibi Part 2. Like, I feel like the last one was just, like, padded. But if the worst we get is one extra, you know, if all we get is one extra exchange, like, per case, that's not that bad. But I'm guessing what we're going to run into is more of like a 1-5 issue, where it's more than just the one exchange, right? Mike Seeks. So yeah, I do really like the change up of the gameplay. It's going to be it's going to feel like there's something missing in that you don't get to prosecute the cases, but at the same time, the change in you get to do similar things with, you know, with finding evidence and stuff like that. You just apply them differently. It's a nice change of pace, so I don't mind that. Dental plan. Lisa needs braces. No, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I feel like I've been quite hydrated tonight. Oh, Anthony, how's it going? Also, thank you to the 3 sub notifications that all of a sudden popped up because YouTube's still fucked that way. ATL is life. Banana Mario and Yolk. Hey, we were talking about bananas earlier. Oh yeah, go enjoy Persona 3, my favorite Persona. Couldn't they have done that earlier, though? I mean, I get why they did it, because, like, you just went through it and he's like, oh, it is airtight. I'd have to go back and look at it again, but I remember thinking at the time, like, they could have combined 2 things and it would have worked out just fine. But again, if the padding is one extra exchange, it's not really a big deal. It's not something I'm really going to criticize. I do remember missing like 2 pieces of dialogue that could have like changed it a lot. To be fair, this is just from what I, you know, but we'll see. Maybe it will show itself more down the line. Again, this is only initial impressions. All this could very much change over the next several cases. But yeah, that's gonna be it for stream. 117, huh? That's a butt ton of likes. I appreciate y'all. There is the credits for that many likes. Oh, I am peeing clear. Oh no, I'm not gonna pee clear because I drank that Bang. It's gonna pee rainbow unicorn, I guess. Real quick, do we have anybody we can raid? I haven't raided in a few days. 4:36, that's a pretty good stream time. Satisfied with that. Yeah, we got a few people. What are they streaming, though? Miss and Mr. Gamer playing 50 Cent Blood on the Sand. What is this? Quiet, you ad. Oh my god. All right, we have to take a look at this. We have to take a look at this. So yeah, no stream tomorrow. Because now I'm back to the 5 days a week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday schedule. We know next week for sure Friday is going to be Jackbox. So the next investigation stream is going to be probably Monday. So just anticipate that. All right, so we're going to go raid this is Mr. Gamer. Gamers. I don't have Xenoblade yet. I haven't wanted to pay $60 for it just because I don't know when I was going to get around to playing it. Now, of course, if it was purchased for me, I feel like I'd have no choice but to speed up that process, you know. So yeah, probably Monday. It's not going to be like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, though. Like Tuesday's probably going to be something else. Join the Discord if you want to check out keep up to date on the schedule. I'll try to keep it up on YouTube up to date as much as possible, but it's always easier to just find it in the Discord. Go check that out. If you guys are able to join me on the raid. And yeah, I'll be back Monday. So thank you everybody for watching. Stream creds. Oh, we just hit 1 2. Oh, jeez. Not gonna. Fuck. Fuck. Somebody's sneaking some likes in there at the end. Yes, thank you for your service, dog. There we go. All right, hope to see you guys on Monday. Until next time, take it easy. Court is adjourned. See, we're not even... All right, I'll shut up. Part of your body. Your gentle fingers wrapped around my wrist.
Red ass neck. Holy shit!
Cover the moment. Cover the moment.
What would you say in this situation? Girls are red ass neck.
She got a red ass neck, like.
Rupert's say, yo, girl, you got a red ass neck.
You need some lotion?
I'm terrible.
It's suddenly.
The joint.
A joint.
Oh, yeah, I can't do it.
All right, let's get to the book. Let's get to this. Dude, we can figure this shit out.
Let's open the fucking book.
Something about KY.
The prolific inventor.
Thomas Edison.
Wizard of Menlo Park.
The prolific inventor.
Julius
Thomas Edison.
Caesar.
Piccolo.
Piccolo now.
Piccolo.
What?
Thomas Edison.
Also known as New Jersey's wizard. Grenade of Menlo Park.
Okay. That's enough. That's enough.
Every fucking one.
That was pretty explosive of you.
Sorry.
Began his quest to befriend. You know what? Fuck you. Began his quest to befriend a light bulb in 1879. Retiring after a flickering light and funny
Threw his groove
smells
off.
from the old dangerous gas lamps.
Oh,
oil
crooked. Julius Caesar lamps. Whoa!
Wow, you are. You know what? You can play this now.
Painting.
Because you are
Okay.
a fucking buzzkill. So crack lamps.
That's not the answer, KY.
Yes!
That's not the
I was
answer.
looking for oil.
No, it's not.
Well,
oil.
you were wrong.
But this dude, won't you pass? Pay the toll. Wait, do a Danny DeVito because Troll Toll made me.
You want to pass? Pay the toll. Just tip us your kill and be on your way.
It's pretty good.
And those swords won't be helping you here unless you wish to pay the toll in blood.
That's really good.
Oh my god, please come back. Please come back.
Do you flash that cat? That caused the head tick they're all on about. Bounty on its head so high, we're like to need a ladder to reach the top. Why stop with the goat they have on them? Nip the head on his shoulders and we'll have drink and what? Morts and none for months.
Ew.
His clock is the one from the bills, and no mistake. He must pay the troll toll. I'm not much for head knocking, but skill is skill. Mill 'em, lads.
That's a really good Danny DeVito.
Those could be anywhere.
Well, this could be anywhere.
Yeah, it could.
Um,
You're gonna die.
Wow.
He died.
Oh, fuck, dude.
And on this day, Harry Potter succumbed to
Time
injuries.
paradox. He jumped
from
off a cliff like a
falling
dumbass.
off a cliff.
You just. I didn't know.
Did you like, oh, this won't happen. Games don't let you do that anymore. They won't just let you fall to your death.
I didn't think it was that far.
Oh, that's fun. I didn't think it was that far either. I figured maybe he'd like sprain an ankle and do a tuck and roll, but
Yeah, no, I guess you're right. From this perspective, it doesn't really look.
Just left to his death.
where's your brew man, dude?
Has
Where's your
anybody-
brew man?
Has
You
anybody
haven't
seen
looked-
Harry? Oh, he was gonna go look for some ingredients. Oh my god!
First you don't dream. First you don't dream. Dust yourself off and try again. Dust yourself off and try again. Try again.
Yourself?
I remember all these Aaliyah songs.
Yourself. Dust it off.
Yourself, you must dust.
Yeah, it's better.
Or something like that.
If succeed at first, you don't. I don't know how to say. Succeed at first, you don't. Dust yourself and try it again. You
Dust
must.
yourself off, you must. Dust off your must.
Dust it off, you must, and again you must try.
Yeah.
Or do it or not. There is no try.
Yoda sings Aaliyah.
Oh my god.
If succeed at first, you do not.
Like a hawk, I have been watching you.
The boat must rock.
Positions changed, they must.
Oh, say that again.
Rock the boat, rock the boat. Change position.
Change position. In the middle, it must be worked.
Make your pizza. I'm good.
Okay. I'm just looking up.
Make your fucking pizza.
Yeah,
bitch.
no. I probably have a spotted cow.